Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and that will promote the interests of our people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om al ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelela lezwe letu na bantu balu, umusile ukulungu kwepondo letu. Nkosi sikelela i Afrika, kina abantwana bayo, kokela inkokeli zayo, yaniki upolo i Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Please be seated. Order. Honourable members, before we proceed, I would like to remind you about some of the logistical arrangements. As has been our practice to date, honourable members will participate in the sitting of the House, both from here in the chamber with the presiding officer and the table staff, and via Microsoft Teams, and our standing rules have accordingly been amended to accommodate such hybrid sittings. Honourable members, the quorum requirements for the sitting of the House are provided for in the Constitution and the standing rules, and unless there's an indication of unanimous concurrence, voting will be confined to members present in the House and on the hybrid system who are entitled to cast their votes as per the ATC issued on the 11th of August 2020. Members present in the chamber and via Microsoft Teams have all the privileges and immunities imparted by law. Honourable members, when you are considered out of order by the presiding officer, you will have your microphones muted and called to order. The Sergeant at Arms will record members' attendance. Honourable members, if you wish to raise a point of order, honourable members, please, if you are in the chamber, to do so by addressing the presiding officer as expected, but you must please remember to mute your microphones when you are done or completed speaking. Honourable members, the media have also been granted access to this Microsoft Teams meeting as guests of the WCPP. However, members of the press may not use the chat room or speak or activate their cameras while the sitting is in progress. Honourable members, for the sitting, language translation services are available in the chamber as usual and on Microsoft Teams via the respective channels. Honourable members, I wish to remind you that no interjections are permitted during these hybrid sittings, and to this end, I wish to draw your attention to Rule 40 of our standing rules. Honourable members, before we move on to interpellation, please allow me an opportunity to welcome all the guests in the gallery. Welcome to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Welcome to the sitting today. I wish to remind the members of the guests in the gallery that you may not participate in the proceedings of the House, but you are more than welcome to observe, and welcome to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Honourable members, with that being said, in terms of Rule 197, we will now proceed to interpellations as printed on the question paper, and I recognise the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for the question. Speaker, as previously communicated in this House in written replies to the member, that was just a few weeks ago. I think also in a similar question during the State of the Province address when we were in Beaufort West, this question was asked, but to answer again, Minister Mayer's trip to Taiwan was not an official engagement conducted on behalf of the Western Cape government or any of its entities. It was conducted strictly in his personal and private capacity and not as a member of this government. If the honourable member probably realises that it was the ANC that actually made his father a consul general in that country. And of course, then you find personal relationships and people can do that. I've been informed, Speaker, that at no time did Minister Mayer suggest that he made the trip as a representative of this government, nor did he attempt to suggest any endorsement of the trip on this government's behalf. Like any resident of the Western Cape and South Africa, Minister Mayer has a right to a freedom of speech and expression under our constitution. The Western Cape government respects Minister Mayer's expression in those rights. Certain members opposite appears to be intent on damaging the Western Cape and South Africa's economic interests for their own petty political gain. So I once again, Mr. Speaker, wish to use this opportunity to reiterate the Western Cape government stance that is made as clearly as I possibly can. We deeply value our ties and friendships with the People's Republic of China, especially our long-standing regional partnership with Shandong Province. This partnership between the Western Cape and Shandong is South Africa's first ever provincial level arrangement with China. And our relations with China have benefited the Western Cape not only in terms of trade and investment, but also in terms of sustainable development, innovation, and entrepreneurship at large. As a member asking this question, he is undoubtedly aware, our absolute focus over the next 5 years is enabling a job-rich economy. In this regard, we consider the People's Republic of China a vital partner to the Western Cape, and we stand ready to deepen our economic ties with that nation in the spirit of mutual cooperation. In an increasingly complex global economy, it is essential that we diversify our economic interests while deepening our long-standing relationships we have with the region of Shandong and China. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. I now recognise the Honourable Syed. Honourable Syed, before you speak, just honourable members, please just be reminded of the clock for your as an indication of your time on the screens.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Syed, please give me 1 second. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and my thanks to the Honourable Premier for the response. Just let me again reiterate that there is only one MEC Mayor. There's not a private MEC Mayor and a MEC Mayor here in the House. Whatever he does reflects on his position that he holds, hence he takes an oath of office. But I want to ask the Premier whether the Premier and the provincial government, given his response, are willing to abandon their denialism, as he has just gone into a state of denialism now, and accept that based on the undeniable facts available, that the recent visit to Taiwan by MEC Mayor does in fact run the risk of jeopardizing and straining the Western Cape's and indeed South Africa's vital diplomatic, trade and investment relations with the People's Republic of China, especially considering South Africa's official foreign policy position regarding the One China policy. Whether the Premier intends to reprimand MEC Mayor for potential risks that have been induced by his damaging conduct. If not, why not? And if so, what specific disciplinary measures, corrective actions, or diplomatic measures will be taken, including with DIRCO, to mitigate any fallout and reaffirm the province's alignment with national foreign policy of China? Because it's a stated fact. The Chinese have issued a public statement that MEC Mayor is a persona non grata in China. Unambiguous answers to these questions from the Premier as the leader of this government is vital in the context of South Africa as a unitary state, with a foreign policy for the Republic and having severed diplomatic relations with Taiwan in 1997. The answers are necessary at this critical time of global geopolitical trade and supply chain uncertainty and volatility, which the South African economy and the Western Cape economy is not guaranteed from being shielded from. This is why, as a country, our bilateral relations with our major partners, including China, needs to be consolidated and enhanced, not diluted, while diversifying and expanding horizons with our partners. Finally, how then does Premier Winde justify MEC Mayor's actions when the DA national leader, Minister John Steenhuisen, in his capacity as the South African government's Minister of Agriculture, has actually been appointed as the South African government interministerial head of the task team with developing viable solutions for South Africa to ensure favorable market access with our major trading partners. And this extends to the strained relations with the United States of America. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Syed. I now recognise the Honourable Van Minnen.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether the Honourable Syed is suffering from selective amnesia or this is simply a case of blatant hypocrisy. Just 8 days ago, the Honourable Member proudly shared footage on X of himself engaging with Russian representatives, recklessly risking our trade relations with Europe and the United States. Such actions threaten vital agreements like AGOA, which underpin key industries and thousands of jobs. Yet today he rises to launch a frivolous and deeply inaccurate interpellation, levelling baseless accusations against Minister Mayer, ironically for the very conduct he himself is guilty of. But that aside, can the Premier please elaborate on the impact of provincial government's relations with the Shandong province? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I please ask the table staff? I think that there's somebody on the online platform. If all microphones can be muted on the online platform, members that is participating on the online platform, if you wish to raise a point of order, please do so by using the hand raise functionality. I recognize the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we have debated this topic over and over again, and I think the ANC is causing more damage by misleading the people. I want to say what I said before. Parliamentarians, members of this House, when they visit countries in their private capacity, must do so. They must do so. So now, by misleading the public, you must still ask an apology. Member Whitmore must still ask an apology. She must still ask her apology.
Honourable order, members. Honourable Christians, please take your seat. Order, members. Honourable members, there's a member on the floor. So allow the member to make his input. If you disagree with the member, like I always say, interjections are allowed, but please do not drown out the speaker, and I'm struggling to hear the speaker on the floor. Honourable Christians, you may continue.
Speaker, you know, we must just be fair and honest with ourselves. Why do the ANC want to make a political debate about this? Minister Mayer was in his private capacity and must be respected. The Premier just said, and we mentioned it in this House, it was never in his official capacity. How can we not tell members you cannot go to China, you cannot go to America because you're a member of the House or you of the executive? You cannot do that. So the ANC must be truthful, and I don't know the damage that they are causing by misleading the public is more than what we are thinking at this moment. So I believe members of this House, the executive, if they act in their private capacity, must do so. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christian. Order, members. Order. Honourable members, on my left-hand side, have you completed your dialogue? Honourable Heron, you may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we can't lose sight of the fundamental principle that when you are an elected official, the lines between your personal and public life are inevitably blurred. This is not just a matter of perception, it's a matter of responsibility. MEC Mayer, as the Western Cape Minister for Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism, holds a position of public trust. His foremost duty is to protect and advance the economic interests of this province. So how can that duty be effectively carried out if he's personally banned from entering China, our largest trading partner in Asia? If the MEC visited Taiwan in a private or personal capacity, the question is what exactly happened or how egregious was his behavior to lead to a ban? On the other hand, if he met Taiwanese officials, the trip cannot fall under the banner of a personal or private visit. Let us be clear, China is not just another market. It is a key player in our province's export strategy, potential tourism, and foreign investment pipeline. Being banned from engaging directly with Chinese officials and business representatives places MEC Mayer in a compromised position. It limits its ability to build relationships, attract investment, and promote trade, all of which are critical functions of his portfolio. If MEC Mayor's personal actions or history have led to a ban that now impairs his ability to do his job, then it is not merely a private issue. It is
Order.
a public concern and one that demands accountability. We cannot allow a member of the executive to jeopardize strategic provincial interests. If his capacity to serve is undermined, and there's no clear plan to fix the damage to our economic diplomacy, then he must be removed from office. This is not about personal persecution. It's about safeguarding the province's economic future. Thank you.
Order, members. While we wait for the podium to get to Honourable Syed, Honourable members, interjections are allowed, as I indicated earlier on. But what is happening in the House at the moment is that there's dialogues across the floor with members, and in fact is not even interjecting the speaker on the floor. So can I please ask, if you want to have a dialogue with your colleagues, please do it outside of the chamber. Honourable Syed, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Just to the Honourable Van Minen, I think she needs to understand South African foreign policy. The South African government has fully fledged relations with a BRIC partner known as the Russian Federation. So I've got no apologies. I'll continue to attend more of the Russian functions if invited. On the 2nd of September 2024, President Ramaphosa led a state delegation to China that included the national leader of the governing party in this house, Minister John Steenhuisen, in his capacity as the Minister of Agriculture, as the invitation of His Excellency, the Chinese President Xi Jinping. The two heads of state not only reaffirmed the strategic importance and the ever-growing nature of the friendship between our two countries over the past 26 years, they also recommitted to intensify efforts to work towards building a high-quality China-South Africa community with a shared future. Now, to advance the special bilateral relationship, consolidate mutual trust, expand cooperation and enhance coordination, our two heads of state agreed to elevate the bilateral relationship to all-round strategic cooperative partnerships in the new era, underpinned by strong political ties and focused on prosperous future with balanced trade and accelerated transformative economic growth. The two heads of state actually reached a series of important common understandings, including, amongst others, working towards a high-quality China-South Africa community with a shared future, structured bilateral mechanisms at various levels to encourage the deepening of exchanges between government departments and legislative institutions, and to accommodate subnational interactions at multiple levels. Now, the latter is mutually inclusive of the provincial sphere of government, including the Western Cape province. The South African government also there reaffirmed the commitment to the One China policy, recognizing that there is but one China in the world, represented by the government of the People's Republic of China as the sole legal government representing the whole of China, and that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China, not an independent state. Now, against this backdrop, both states thus committed to providing a stable and fair enabling business environment that for companies of both sides to ensure the safety and legitimate rights and interests of the relevant personnel, projects and institutions. MEC Mayor has actually undermined this. On all of these accounts, MEC Mayor's actions and the denialism that we are seeing here by the DA and by their partner, the ACDP, and this provincial
Honourable Syed, your time has expired.
Governance lapses with potential dire economic implications nationally and provincially.
Thank you very much, Honourable Syed. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to those who participated in this mini debate. I think the Honourable Syed, who posed the question, and obviously spoke now at length on an official visit between South Africa and China. And of course, my answer spoke about a private visit versus an official visit. But in that regard, and following some of the questions raised by some of the other members, that I have had a meeting with the Chinese ambassador on this specific subject, also with the Consul General, and in actual fact addressed these details with Minister Meyer, and we have written to the ambassador in this regard. And interesting enough, 2 days ago, on the very floor that I have my offices, I engaged with the Consul General following our engagement on this specific issue, because we do value our trade and relationship between China and the Western Cape, between Shandong and the Western Cape. That was just 2 days ago. In actual fact, last night, I spent the evening with 30 Chinese entrepreneurs that are here from China. I also want to say that perhaps in regard to the question about our relationship with Shandong, Minister Meyer's department submitted this report to our cabinet, which is the report of the visit of the Department of Agriculture to Shandong province of 22 to 29 November. And I mean, it is really a detailed report on every single one of the meetings that took place between Minister Meyer's department and the officials and departments in Shandong province just in November. I also would like to, in relation to the question around our relationship with Shandong and China itself, say that of course, we really, as the Western Cape, value these relations. And if we think about the investors that are investing in our region, we're talking about Vivo Electronics, we talk about Hisense, and not Hisense in their original 10 years ago, 11 years ago in our investment. They've invested 3 times in the last 10 years. And in actual fact, my own visit to China last year was to engage with Hisense on the next investment and their future next 10 years, and celebrate with them what they've achieved since being a small manufacturer to being the major manufacturer in our country and second biggest on the African continent, on their way to become the biggest on our continent, and using this province as their gateway to trade. The Chinese Construction Bank, the China Classification Society, or CCS, Hisense again, as I said, Suntec Power Holdings, Jinko Solar, Rene Solar. These are all companies that have invested into our province. And specifically out of Shandong, I've spoken about the Hisense investment, 3 of them so far. And there's also, of course, Sinotruck, which is a really important investment into our region. And that shows the commitment of this province to our long-time relationship with the Shandong province, how we engage, whether it's the Department of Agriculture, the Economics Department, our Sport and Culture Department, the sailing exercises we have also in Qingdao, our port interaction with the mayor of Qingdao, the port of Qingdao, and looking at the new systems that they are putting in operation to find using AI and new technologies in delivering containers unbelievably efficiently through electronic systems, driverless trucks. It is unbelievable to see the throughput that they are getting in that port, and looking for the opening of opportunities in our port to increase this trade. Of course, South Africa and China's relationship is really important, because the relationship between our 2 regions, we export 10.29% of all of our exports go to China,
Honourable
and
Premier, please conclude.
18.8% of our imports
Please
come
conclude.
from China. A really important partner.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Side.
I wanted to know, but it's unfortunate. I want to know if the Premier could take a question. Thank you.
The Premier doesn't have any more time on the floor. You are more than welcome to pose that question in using other parliamentary mechanisms available to you to do so. Honourable members, that concludes, or that brings us to the end of interpellations. We will now move on to questions in terms of Rule 202. I wish to advise honourable members that once the Honourable Premier or the Minister has started the reply to the oral question as printed on the question paper, honourable members must use the chat facility for the sitting of the House to indicate they want to ask a follow-up question for those members who's online, and for those members in the chamber to give an indication to the table staff that you want to ask a follow-up question. Honourable members, there are 4 opportunities for follow-up questions, but the honourable member who has posed the initial oral question as printed on the question paper will have the first opportunity for the follow-up question, and thereafter I will recognize the honourable members for the remaining opportunities. That brings us to the first question on the question paper. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to the Honourable Lita Kong, thank you very much for the question. As we know, the question is with regard to or as you say, Tafelberg Place. And so for the purpose of responding to this question, it is presumed that the Tafelberg Place, as you refer to in the question, actually refers to a reference to the former Tafelberg school site, 353 on Main Road, Sea Point. The first part of the question, whether the provincial government is a respondent in the same matter before the Constitutional Court, and why. And so as such, the Department of Infrastructure has informed me the following. The answer is to 1, yes, the provincial government is a respondent in the same matter before the Constitutional Court as the owner of the property cited. The second part of the question is no, the order of the Western Cape High Court was set aside by the Supreme Court of Appeal. And of course, I think as this House knows, this matter has been held up in court processes for years, but was set aside by the Supreme Court of Appeal on the matter and is now before the Constitutional Court. The provincial government cannot abide by an order that is still under consideration by the Constitutional Court. However, in line with its service delivery mandate and as provided for by the Government Immovable Asset Management Act 2007, the Guiama Act, the Western Cape government has decided to investigate and plan for development of the property for both affordable housing and social services. An announcement by the Provincial Minister of Infrastructure and Social Development took place in January this year. I want to emphasize that the Western Cape government has always sought to make the best possible use of its assets to the benefit of the people of this province. At the time that the debate surrounding the Tafelberg site began, the pocket of land was judged to be surplus to government needs, as a decision was taken that the money from the sale of the site could be used for better uses and in order to fund vital projects. Since that time, 10 years has lapsed. The Western Cape's population has grown dramatically, and we have suffered the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. This confluence of factors drastically changed the demand for government services and housing in the area. Additionally, portions of the site are subject to heritage protection requirement and are unsuitable for development into housing. As such, this government's plan for the Tafelberg site has been developed to responsibly cater for the updated needs of the surrounding community within the constraints of the said property. While we await the judgment of the Constitutional Court in this matter, we continue to believe that our plan for the Tafelberg site remains the best possible compromise in catering to demand for both affordable housing and vital social services in the area. As always, we remain committed to using the site for the greatest possible benefit of the people of the Western Cape. And perhaps also, when we're talking about this specific site, one must not talk about it without having context of what's happening in the rest of the region. And specifically, I think of the property very close to that area called the Helen Bowden Nurses Home, and of course that full hospital site, which we know has a plan on the table for far more social housing units than we could ever dream to fit into a small property like that 533 piece of land. We're talking about thousands of opportunities in probably the most prime piece of land on the African continent, right next to the V&A waterfront. And we also know that, and I don't understand why we never get questions about that piece of property, or we get protests about that piece of property, which has been illegally occupied. And we are now battling to deal with that so that we can do the very thing that everybody is asking for, provide housing according to that plan. And of course, I can carry on, whether it's the the Woodstock Hospital site, exactly the same thing is an issue. But of course, this House doesn't seem to want to engage on those matters. It just seems to be this one, and that is stuck in court. And as I always say, to specifically Reclaim the City and Indifuna Okwazi, are they registered and affected parties in the future development of this property that Minister Simmers announced? And the answer is yes, they are. They have registered, they are part of the consultation process, and surely that's exactly what we want. The best thing would be to actually withdraw their case so we can get on with delivering housing to the people in places that need it.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Ordinarily, I would have provided the questioner the first opportunity. I've received an apology from Honourable Itakong. So the follow-up questions will be dealt with in the following order: Honourable Heron, Honourable Van Minnen, Honourable Bryant, and Honourable Syed. Those were the four hands that I saw. Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Western Cape High Court had made sweeping findings against the provincial government, including that it had failed to pay attention to its constitutional obligations, and it failed to take adequate steps to redress spatial apartheid. What was the provincial government's basis for its appeal? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much. I mean, we're very happy to give the honourable member all of those aspects in absolute writing. Of course, it is public documents in court, but just offhand, when you have a court taking away powers of a province, you cannot just abide by that. You have to then challenge it. That was the original challenge that we took in the first court ruling. And of course, that has been a ping pong from that date onwards. But the honourable member who's just stood up now, I was looking at a photograph of the very honourable member at the gates of that site, looking to almost illegally occupied himself, which was very interesting in the role that he's played in this process. But we know that we've got to make sure that in the interests of delivering housing to the citizens of...
Honourable Premier, please take a seat. Honourable Syed.
Honourable Speaker, on a point of order, the Premier is casting aspersions on the Honourable Heron. To say that somebody illegally occupied something, that's a criminal offence against the person. I mean, the person is being accused of doing something criminal. So he should either go to the police or bring a substantive motion instead against the member. Thank
you very much.
Withdraw.
Honourable members, there's no need to be so aggressive. There was a point of order. Honourable Premier, I'm going to allow you an opportunity. Did you refer to Honourable Mackenzie, Minister Mackenzie? I will recognise you after I've dealt with this point of order. Honourable Premier, did you cast any aspersions on a member of this House?
If you check Hansard, you'll see I said on the verge of illegally occupying. And so if I can continue then, Mr. Speaker.
I will revert to Hansard and then revert back to the House if there is a need to do so. Honourable Minister Mackenzie, is that a point of order?
Honourable Speaker, I was covered, but the picture will show you was on the verge. Yes.
That is, thank you, honourable members. That is not a point of order, Honourable Minister Mackenzie. Honourable Heron, is that a new point of order? Because Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the interventions. But being on the verge, being on the outside, is nothing illegal. So I don't know what illegality the Premier is referring to. But if I was on the verge, as he says, and as Minister Mackenzie says, then I wasn't in the premises. And what is the point of what is the illegality?
All right, Honourable Heron, that is not a point of order. I recognise the Honourable Walters, and then I will recognise the Honourable Minister, and then I will recognise the Honourable Barnes, because it seemed like Honorable Walters.
Honourable
Order.
Speaker, I do believe you've already ruled on the matter, and I think the points of order on your ruling, it's in fact frivolous.
Thank you very much, Honorable Walters, for the guidance. Order. Honorable members, I'm very capable of chairing the sitting, but thank you very much, Honorable Walters, for the guidance. I recognize the Honorable Minister, and then I'll recognize the Honorable Barnes.
Honorable Speaker, by honorable member's own admission, he was on the verge of doing the act, by his own admission.
Honorable Minister, that is not a point of order, and I've now order members. I now recognize the Honorable Barnes. What's your point of order, Honorable
I
Barnes?
withdraw. You've made your ruling.
Thank you very much. And then the last order members, order. Honorable members, order. Order members. Honorable Syed, I saw your hand, so I'm going to give you an opportunity. For the point of, no, you first had your hand up for a point of order. Honorable members, are you all satisfied that each one had an opportunity to raise their point of order? Okay. Honorable Van Minnen, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Western Cape government has already indicated its intentions to include affordable housing in the redevelopment of the Tafelberg site, could the Premier please elucidate to us some of the key developments with regards to social housing in the Cape Town CBD and other urban centres? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Premier, just a reminder, honourable members, that you are allowed to ask one follow-up question. Premier, I'm not going to dictate to you how you answer that question, but you are allowed one follow-up question, honourable members. Honourable Premier, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just a little bit confused because we were actually dealing with something else when all of that happened and the point of order came in. So I'll just complete the verge part.
My apologies, Premier. Were you still responding to Honourable Heron? Oh, order members, order. My apologies, Premier. I'm going to allow you an opportunity to respond, to complete your response to Honourable Heron. And then you can do Honourable Van Minnen in the same. My apologies, Honourable Heron. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And obviously when the Honourable Saeed raised the point of order, he also knows about it very well because he perhaps wasn't alongside this attempted occupation of the property, but he was in the meeting just before that. And then I also want to get some clarity. I want some clarity, Mr.
Honourable
Speaker.
Premier, please take your seat. Order members. Ek het nou self die can of worms oopgemaak. So my apologies. Honourable Said, you may continue.
Chair, yes, just a point of order. The Premier is misleading. In fact, I was not only in the public meeting, I was alongside Member Heron. And, you know, and proudly so, in defense of the homeless of this country, I was alongside Member Heron, and I'll be alongside him again when he goes there. Thank you.
Order members. Order. 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 Honourable Minister, I will recognize you now. Honourable members, order. Can you please mute everyone on the virtual platform? If there's a member on the virtual platform that wants to raise a point of order, please indicate so with using the hand raise functionality. Honourable Minister, is that a point of order?
Yes, Honourable Speaker, there's now an admission from Honourable Syed that he was also on the verge. So we have two members of this House that was on the verge that day.
Honourable Minister, that is not a point of order. Honourable Premier, my apologies, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I apologize to the honourable member. I could have then said both of them were on the verge of illegally occupying a piece of property. And it's not just for clarity, it's not the verge or the pavement. The photograph shows at the gate with the security guards stopping them from going into the property. And in actual fact, if you listen to the recordings from the security company, you will hear them saying, please, we need reinforcements because these people are trying to illegally occupy this piece of property. So the word is not the verge as in the pavement. They were on the verge of illegally occupying a piece of property. Luckily, security stopped it and didn't enable that to happen. So if I can then move on, Honourable Speaker, to the next part, or the Honourable van Minnen's question, and she actually asks about other properties. In my first response, I spoke to a really big frustration is that we haven't managed to deal with enabling Helen Bowden to become an affordable housing space, or the precinct of the Victoria Hospital, which is a major precinct and with a major plan for development. But I also think about Minister, and now, of course, I'm now venturing into Minister Simmers' space, but at least he and I were together when we announced Leo Loop, which will actually be, the construction will start this year still, right in the center of the city. That's another central city development for affordable housing. I've mentioned already the Woodstock site, and perhaps this is where we also need to, and maybe this is where I call on the Leader of the Opposition and members in this House to join us to say, how do we get at the same time other pieces of land like Youngsfield and Wingsfield that we've asked for so long, but even more importantly than that, I think a piece of property that where we have really failed the citizens of this province in enabling, first of all, symbolically a return, and really enabling, because I'm talking about space now, and that is District 6. That more than 30 years after democracy, we have not managed to utilize such a key and meaningful piece of property called District 6. And really, I must say to the Honourable Said, join me. Let's go and try and get this thing finalized. It cannot be delayed this long, where people, and if ever there was a space for redress and real redress and real symbolic redress, it would be a site in the city like District 6. But you never hear anything about it. It really is distressing. And we need to engage on it as a province, as a parliament, and as a government to say, let's work together on making sure that we develop that site. And then, of course, there are other sites. I think the work that we started at the Conradi site has really shown a different form of housing development where it is work, live, play. And I mean, Minister, when you and I were there to open a sporting facility, and of course the next phase with thousands more opportunities, the commercial investment that's taking place there, just having a look at people coming home from work and then picnicking on the side of the lawns, or using the sporting facilities, or going for a run around the perimeter that's been established. It really shows that these are the kind of new developments we want to see. And then perhaps also, following on from the Honourable van Minnen's question, that is a document written by Ivan Turok, and I would suggest that everybody goes and has a read of this document, Anatomy of an Alliance of Affordable Urban Housing. And of course, you know that he produces this document also for the Human Rights Commission. Ivan Turok holds the South African NFR chair in city region economies. And it really is an interesting document to read. And it really comes up for some of the projects that are being delivered in the inner city of Cape Town. And it juxtaposes these affordable housing units to other cities and really shows that actually more is being done here.
Honourable Premier, please take your seat. Honourable Minister Lont, is that a point of order?
Yeah, Speaker, the Premier wants us to read more stuff, but I don't even know if the Honourable Comfort has read the book I gave him. So you can't give him more homework, Premier. I don't think he has read the book I've already given him.
Honorable Minister, that is not a point of order. Order, members. That is not a point of order. Honorable Premier, my apologies. You may continue.
So of course we need to be honest with regards to this specific issue of delivering opportunities to citizens that really need it, especially undoing the apartheid spatial planning legislation and what the effects that had on our citizens. And I think that's exactly where the announcements that have been made by Minister Simmers really goes a long way to show that we are working very, very hard. And he has an independent review of that analysis of what we are doing. There's still a way to go. I spoke about Leo Loop. The minister is soon to talk about Founders Garden and the opportunities there. We see in the city of Cape Town, I think some of their planning regimes, and he also talks about it here, how on some of the areas where you actually have lesser regimes or enabling environments where even someone who has received a property, a house on a piece of land, and proactive funding towards enabling densification on planning for some of those sites. He's also really innovative and new ways of thinking of how we develop properties where people can not only have a place to live, but create value out of their properties. They've got their title deed. They can then, instead of having one house, they can turn it into 6 apartments or 8 apartments. They can then get funding from financial institutions who are partners with it. The city will then discount planning approval processes so that at the end of the day, people can not only have a place to live, but can use that title deed to grow value and wealth for themselves and, of course, future generations. These are the really important things that we've got to get right around this specific issue. And it is actually very sad that for years and years and years, we get stuck in court processes around a small piece of property that in actual fact, we have now years ago said, let's register interested and affected parties. Let's change the idea around this property. And actually, let's enable this specific development so that those people who are opposing it are actually opposing it. I don't know why, but they are getting in the way of actually delivering on the thing that they're very asking for themselves. And we need to make sure that we speed this up. So I cannot wait for the Constitutional Court ruling so that we can actually move on and get it done. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honorable Bryant.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's certainly heartening to hear all of the new projects that are being rolled out by Minister Simmers' department and yourself, Premier. But I wonder if you could perhaps expand a little bit on the points that you raised in your responses around the illegal and unlawful occupations and what sort of an impact this is having on the rollout, not only of the projects, but also on those people currently on the housing waiting list who might not be afforded an opportunity at some of those development sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind honorable members, you can ask one follow-up question. So you can't have 2, 3 subsections in your question to the Premier. You can only have one question. And also, honorable members, I'm not going to dictate to the person responding on how they should or should not respond, but please be mindful that you cannot pose a new question. If you pose a new question, then the new question must be placed on the question paper. So you can ask a follow-up question on an answer that you've already received. Honorable Walters, is that a point of order on my comments?
I'm respectful, and I hope it's not a confrontational one. I'm too respectful of you. But the issue of illegal occupation and people on the verge of illegal occupation was raised. So I do believe it's part of the response of the substance of the discussion.
No, absolutely.
So I just would like you to keep that in consideration, that it perhaps is not a new question.
Absolutely. Honorable members, Honourable members, it is for the order members on the floor. There's no need for. It is my duty to ensure that I facilitate a fair and a process and allow members to have the privileges in terms of the parliamentary privileges. The reality is I'm reminding members that you can have one follow-up question and that you cannot pose a new question. With that being said, I cannot dictate how a question is responded to. Honourable Side, is that a new point of order?
Chair, the honourable member has now reopened an issue after you have ruled on the matter. And it takes me again, because this notion is now being spread that there was an attempt to occupy. There was no attempt to illegally occupy any land. We were taking up the issues facing people. We're taking up an issue of social housing. I think it is this notion after you have ruled already. I think that's for me the principle. You've ruled on the matter. Close the matter. Thank you.
Honourable members, honourable order members. Honourable Walters, is that a new point of order? Because colleagues, I'm also mindful of points of orders on points of orders, which is against the rules.
Chair, perhaps just to clarify, I was talking about whether it's a new question or not. I wasn't raising the issue again of politicians on the verge of illegally occupying a site. I didn't reopen that particular issue.
Honourable members, I don't know what it is today, but today we're going into 1 year into office. Order. This month it's a year, nearly a year. Order, honourable members. Honourable Barnes, is that a point of order? Did you have a point of order?
Speaker, this is continuously happening. That member stands up, he speaks whatever he wants to speak, and he continues as if this is the kindergarten. We can't have that be happening. We will also just stand up and start speaking, and then I'll be called to order because it's not friendly for the chief whip to listen to. This is not fair. You've made your ruling. We must all abide. There can't be some getting privileges more than the others. It's not fair.
Order, honourable, order. Order. Order, members. I've allowed the leader of the opposition had a point of order. I've allowed that, and Honourable Walters responded to that. So that was becoming a dialogue. I've ruled in that case that it is not a point of order. Honourable members, I want to remind you again, if you want to have a dialogue with your colleagues across the floor, please do so outside of the chamber. Honourable Chief Whip, is that a new point of order?
Yes, Honourable Speaker, and I'm rising on Rule 59. Honourable Speaker, the Chief Whip of the official opposition is being ageist, and she is reflecting on the integrity and the dignity of a senior citizen in the House by referring in her response to Honourable Walters as an old grey man who belongs in a kindergarten. And also, Honourable Speaker, I'm feeling quite verbally abused and attacked by both the Chief Whip and the Deputy, who's sending threatening messages my way. Please protect me, Honourable Speaker.
Order. Honourable members, order. Order. Order, honourable members. There is citizens watching this session. Honourable Chief Whip, that is not a point of order. I cannot protect you with regards to your WhatsApp messages flowing. I will ensure that you have the necessary protection when you're on the floor. Honourable members, can I please ask that you follow the parliamentary mechanisms if you have any issues that you want to bring to the attention of the House? but we must also allow we have an order paper, colleagues, and we must allow the order paper and the business of the House to continue. Honourable Premier, my apologies. You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I also must sincerely apologize to the House and to the Honourable Bryant, but after all of this, I've actually forgotten exactly what he asked. Can he ask it again, please?
Honourable, I am going to allow the Honourable Bryant to pose his question. Honourable Bryant, you do not need to make any introductory remarks. You are allowed one follow-up question.
Thank you, Speaker. It was, what is the impact of illegal and unlawful invasions on the existing projects and the housing waiting list? Thank you.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that question. And I think it's a really relevant question because, you know, we are really trying to use high-value inner-city properties to deliver affordable housing to people who really need it and deserve it. And then you have illegal occupations that are not easily dealt with, that result in long processes in courts to get to finality. And what happens is that people then use that opportunity to jump the queue. And that is also not in the best interests of achieving that redress that we so desperately need. So, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, the Helen Bowden Nurses Home, it is an issue, and we have to actually get to a stage where, and this is perhaps a call to say to those parties that really want to see redress happening, let's find a way of actually enabling those buildings to be repurposed. Let's use Helen Bowden, and let's also use Woodstock Hospital. The other impact, of course, is the uncertainty of other property owners in that vicinity. And how do we enable redevelopment of communities and enablement of communities and certainty for communities? And then, of course, people on the waiting list that just get pushed back because of these delays. That in itself is absolutely unfair. And of course, while the interjections were taking place, Speaker, I also had a look at one of the documents I had in my pack, which spoke about the constitutional judgment on the Tafelberg case and the future of social housing in our region. And, you know, again, I want to reiterate that, you know, the illegal land invasions, the long court processes, how that really holds back investment and development. And, you know, this whole battle has been about 0.73 hectares of that piece of property, 0.73 hectares of that property that can be used for mixed-use affordable housing. And then, of course, the heritage space, of which you can't use that for, because that is the actual school building space, and that is 0.86 hectares. And we have this huge, long protected year after year after year battle around this small piece of property, when in actual fact, what we should all be standing together, and which I don't have any questions on, and we should be having them, which is the question that the Honourable Bryant asked, is what about the other invaded properties? And at the same time, let's balance those with what Minister Simmers is announcing. And I mean, we're announcing numbers that are huge numbers of opportunities for citizens to have access to affordable housing in an inner city. At the same time that we're looking at other programs for decentralization of the economy, finding economic opportunity across the region of the province and in those spaces that has got potential for jobs and growth, because this all links together with finding a space that we can give people opportunities. Nothing changes your life like a title deed, which Mr. Simmers is now. It's almost common practice. You get your key and your title deed at the same time. That's opportunity. And that's how we grow our economy. And that's how we reduce our unemployment rate. And that's how we enable a future that we are all looking for. I trust everyone in this House is looking for. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honourable Side. Honourable Heron, is that a point of order?
Speaker, yes, have we finished this question?
So we still, I need to recognize Honorable Syed now.
I'll do it afterwards then.
Honorable Syed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And let me thank the Premier for the responses, even though I know there was a deflection from the real issues of the housing backlog in the province. And we even know waiting lists are not even adhered to. But let me I want to thank the Premier for outlining the public participation process when it comes to the sale of government-owned land. And the fact that stakeholders ought to be engaged. That's very important, and we thank the Premier for that. So I just wanted to know from the Premier whether this particular process was followed, the process that he speaks about with regards to the land in question here. Was this process also followed not too far away, but in Wilmer Estate during the sale of the Princess Hall? Was this process also followed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Syed. Honorable Premier.
First of all, thank you very much, the Honourable Syed, for that question. I mean, first of all, on this specific case, because of course this is the question on the order paper, I know that it's probably 2 years ago that the process of registration for interested and affected parties was registered and when people started to apply for it. On the Warmer case that he's just asked for, I'm honestly going to be able to say I cannot answer him on that. And I'd ask him if he'd actually put that in as a question because it's a legitimate question. We've got to be able to get the detail on it. So unfortunately, I can't give him an answer. It is a different question. If I was able to answer it, I wouldn't say this is a new question. I would answer it to him, but unfortunately, I'm not able to.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of question 1. Honourable Heron, is that a point of order?
Speaker, it's a request in terms of section or rule 65(2). I'm asking your permission whether I may make a statement of personal explanation.
You didn't give me prior approval or prior notice in terms of the rule, but I'm going to allow that. Honourable members, the member can, in terms of the rule, the member can make a statement that directly affects the member, and there is no debate thereafter. I will allow you that 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to do so. Obviously, I couldn't give notice because I didn't know that I was going to be accused of illegally invading or occupying a provincial property or being on the verge of doing so. But I think it's important to set the record straight because this was also raised in the Premier's reply at SOPA when he accused me of illegally occupying or attempting to occupy the Tafelberg site. I think it's important for the House to know that on the 8th of February 2025, a meeting was held in the Sea Point Methodist Church, hosted by organizations who are involved in activating for affordable housing in the inner city. The provincial government, the Premier and the MEC for Infrastructure were apparently invited to attend and participate in that meeting, but declined to do so. The member Syed and I did attend, and we did address members of the audience in the Sea Point Methodist Church Hall. The members then proceeded peacefully to walk and march to the Tafelberg site, accompanied by law enforcement who were monitoring what we were doing. At the Tafelberg site, if anyone has been there, the site is secured by security guards and the site is closed. There is a gate. The gate was opened by the security guards, allowing members of the crowd to sit in the forecourt before you get to the second set of gates, which is about the size of a car. And the members of the crowd, which did not include me, I did not enter the site, and neither did member Syed, then listened to 2 or 3 speeches, ventilating frustration over the failure to use that site for public and affordable housing. The members then returned to the Sea Point Methodist Church Hall, where the meeting continued. The Premier, the MECs, the provincial government, looking at a photograph and interpreting that as an intention to illegally occupy a site is wrong. And there was no intention to illegally occupy any site by myself, by Member Syed, nor by the members of Reclaim the City in Ndufunu and all the other organizations and members who were attending this meeting to discuss affordable housing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, order. Order, members. Order. Honourable members, that was in terms of Rule 65, subsection 2. I just want to order. The rule makes provision where a member can vindicate or make a statement to vindicate him or herself. So it's only related to the conduct of Honourable Heron. We will now continue with question number 2 on the question paper, and I recognise the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Kasim for the question. A, it is important to remember that the building collapse at 75 Victoria Street in George on the 6th of May at 14:09 represented one of the worst single human tragedies in the Western Cape in recent memory. 34 lives were lost and many more suffered life-changing injuries. When I arrived at the site a few hours after the collapse, our incredible, dedicated rescue teams had launched a full-scale response involving a vast array of different stakeholders. To this day, I'm still in awe of the extreme dedication and professionalism of our teams and what they showed as they worked around the clock to save lives. In the face of such a harrowing tragedy, I'm also immensely proud of our teams for saving the lives of 28 survivors, some of whom I met in December last year. In the immediate and aftermath of the collapse, it was quite clear that we needed a record of critical evidence from the rubble. You know, obviously, as they were removing rubble, we needed to record it because it was being put into trucks and being removed. However, our immediate priority at that stage had to be search and rescue. And by the time this process concluded, we knew it might be too late to collect some of the evidence we needed. Because of this, and because of no national government department or entity seemed to share our sense of urgency at the time, the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure appointed consulting engineers to document the evidence as quickly as possible and to conduct an independent investigation into the cause of the collapse, with a focus on design adequacy, construction practice, and related contributing factors, the strength of materials, the reinforcing materials used, etc., etc. This process could not wait until the site was cleared, and so material, soil, and core samples were collected from the site of analysts under strict supervision and control of the South African Police Service. But more than the practical reasons for being our own investigation, we also felt a sense of obligation to those who had been injured in the collapse and to the families of those whose lives had been lost. For the Western Cape government, it is not about checking a box or being seen to be to do the right thing by the public. It's about giving those who have been directly affected by this disaster closure, and it's about making sure we treat this matter with the seriousness and the respect it deserves. We need to have consequences, and that has to be determined through investigative processes and then a court of law. B, given the nature of a collapse of and the rigorous format of the assessment done, the investigation was completed in a relatively short time. If you remember publicly, the engineers said this could take years. And I said, we cannot, and we have not got years. We need you to speed up that process. This process included the following: extensive sample analysis, structural modeling, material testing, document analysis, security of video and photographic records of site conditions prior to the collapse, collecting and studying information provided by third parties, including eyewitnesses. Importantly, we also insisted that the report be comprehensively peer-reviewed. We knew that this report was going to assist SAPS in pursuing accountability against those responsible for the collapse. We had to ensure that its accuracy and impartiality could not in any way be considered in doubt. This peer review by an independent party added some weeks to the process, but comprehensively ensured the report's validity before it was handed over to the SAPS in January of this year. The investigation by the Western Cape government is one of several that were launched, with SAPS being the lead body responsible for investigating an incident of this nature. The report is now the domain of the South African Police Services, which must be considered both the finding of our report and all other evidence in their possession as part of the overall criminal investigation to determine if charges are to be brought. The findings in the report are of such a nature that a provincial government believes they will significantly assist the SAPS investigation. We now await the results of the SAPS investigation and will continue to assist their investigators in any way that we can.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I will allow Honourable Kasim the first opportunity. Then I got Honourable Masipa, Honourable Wessels, and Honourable Van Minnen in that order. And that's the 4 opportunities. There was no indication, honourable members, from anyone on my left-hand side. When we started oral questions, I gave an indication that as soon as the Honourable Premier or Honourable Minister starts speaking, you must give me an indication that you want to ask a follow-up question. Honourable Member, I'm not going to get into a dialogue with you with regards to the rules. That's how the rules will work. So that is the 4 opportunities. Honourable Kasim.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can the Premier please explain where the Western Cape Provincial Government got the mandate to conduct parallel investigations with regards to the George building collapse? And more importantly, Speaker, why is the specific investigation report not being made public, since it was the public's money which is being used to produce it? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Before you continue, Honourable Members, I wish to remind you once again, you are allowed 1 follow-up question in terms of the rule. Honourable Premier, I'm not going to dictate to you how you answer that question.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Member. So, standing there on site, seeing the rescue taking place and the emotions that were running wild at that stage, then leaving the site and going into the town hall and engaging with the family members whose families were now buried under all of this rubble. I came back out and I stood there and, you know, I had this feeling that I was standing on an earthquake site, or because you normally see those visuals. And I thought, how are we going to find who's responsible for this while this is being removed? And I remember going back, and then Minister Simmers and I were engaging, and I said, we have to, who's investigating this? And actually at that time, the Department of Labour arrived, and that was quite interesting because in actual fact, the question is, do we have the mandate? We don't actually have a mandate. We are not asked to supply this investigation or do this investigation. But the Department of Labour actually arrived on site and ordered everyone off the site, the rescuers, the whole lot, and said, we are taking control of the site, you must all leave. And it was quite interesting. They weren't interested in the investigation, which is their mandate and what they should be doing. What they did is said, everybody get off, we are taking control of the site. And the interesting, what followed is General Patakile then stepped up and said, that is incorrect, you cannot take control of this site. I'm in charge here at this site, and the disaster management team in saving lives are in charge at this site. And if you proceed with what you're trying to do, I will arrest you and put you in jail and remove them from the site. They should have then said, how do we engage with our investigators to investigate this building site? But we then very quickly went through our procurement process and got investigators on site because we knew you had to test exactly as I've answered in this question. You have to test as you are removing, because that's the only way you're going to really get down to what was the cause. Then the second part is about making it public. I've said this many, many times, and absolutely, public money is used in this government to produce this result, this investigation, and the document was handed over to the police. It is not in the interests of any criminal justice process to have a trial by media or a trial by parliament of the investigations beforehand. In every single investigation that takes place, The police use public money exactly the same way, and the department at national level doesn't say, well, bring us all of your investigations before it gets to court. That would be totally counterproductive, and I can assure you the police would stop it through a court process, because you cannot do that. You cannot trial within a trial before a trial using the evidence. And I have already said on a number of occasions, as soon as the papers are lodged and the charges are laid, that document will be made public. It will also be made available to this Parliament.
Thank you very much. Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, in light of Minister Similane releasing her report publicly, did she discuss the report with the Premier or Minister Simmers prior to its release? Or has she shared the report or convened any meeting to engage on its contents since its release? I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Premier.
That answer is definitely no. But maybe if I could make a comment on it, it was seen as the report. And then the next thing, there was a whole lot of backpedaling and announced a draft report, because exactly the same thing applies. Is if there's information in that report that is going to be compromised before a court of law has a chance to interrogate it, or before the investigators lay their charge, that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the next question is coming from Honourable Vessels on the online platform. Honourable Vessels, I recognize you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Premier, yes. Follow up to Member Masipa's question. The National Minister made her report public via the media. So my question would also have been, were you furnished with a report? But in the absence of that, what is the communication structures that should be in place between the different spheres of government in such case, as I believe it does, is extremely important to serve justice to the victims of this tragedy. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. There's again 2 questions or more than 1 question. I'm not going to dictate how you answer it. Honourable members, this is the last reminder. Then I'm not going to allow, if you do not follow the rules, I'm going to dismiss the question in future. Can I please ask that you stick to the rules, Honourable members? You are allowed 1 follow-up question. Honourable Premier, I'm not going to dictate how you answer that question. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and to the honourable member for the question. I mean, I'm being asked something here in the absence of legal process or advice, but quite frankly, I would understand that, because the SAPs are in charge of this process going forward, and legally, the first question they would ask is who has responsibility here: the Department of Labour, the HSBRC, the municipality, the South African Council of Engineers, and those are all parties that have been cross-questioned and I believe have put in their reports in different ways. The last time I had an update from General Patakile was that they were 65% through their investigation, and he raised with me there were 2 documents they were still awaiting. One was a document from the municipality. I then elected to write to the municipality and ask them to speed it up because the investigation needs it. I got a letter back from the mayor to say yes, they are aware, and within the next 24 hours that document will be with the investigators. I also wrote to the other entity, which was the Department of Labour. I have not had an answer back yet, and I'm not sure whether they have reported, but those will be the formats. And then, of course, the investigator can then investigate and cross-question and ask anybody. That investigation gives the investigators openness to question people on site, people who were observers, or whatever it was, in order to get to a position that the investigation enables them to make a decision on prosecution and on laying of charges.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Honourable van Minen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Premier please provide an update on the status and expected release date of the report from the South African Police Service? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier.
Also, thank you to the honourable member for the question. That is also quite difficult. I haven't had a further update since my last one where they said 65%. I would imagine they are working as fast as possible to get it done quickly. And I'm pretty certain that once that happens and there are charges laid, that the judiciary will do the same thing. I must use this opportunity to say that I actually had a meeting with the judge president this morning, and it wasn't on this case, but there is a willingness to try and process specifically these kind of cases with speed. And I must congratulate them for the case that they've just held on the Jocelyn Smith case, and how very quickly they got it into the courts, and also how this time they actually took the courts to the people. So it happened in Saldanha, so people can actually see real-time justice being done. And I'm pretty certain that this probably will be one of those cases as well. But unfortunately, the last I had was 65% of the way. I know that that's probably moved a clock closer to 80 or 90% of the way because of the answer that I have received already.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. That brings us to the end of question number 2, and we move on to question number 3, and I recognise the Honourable Premier.
Need another bottle of water, Speaker. Speaker, thank you very much. Excellent. Speaker, thank you very much, and to the Honourable Van Minnen for the question. First of all, the question is around our 10 most used e-sites in the city of Cape Town, and what are the details. As 10 most used sites in the city of Cape Town, Western Cape Government e-centres program has 82 e-centres across the province. Currently, we have 4 Western Cape e-centres in the city of Cape Town's municipal area, one at Delft Nex in Dawu Yetu, one at Wales Street, one at Philippi Village, and one in Vrygrond. Based on our statistics of the last 4 months, the Delft Next in Dawu Yetu Western Cape Government e-site is currently the most used e-centre in Cape Town. Between the 4 e-centres located in Cape Town, the Delft Next in Dawu Centre records the highest number of user sessions. So that's obviously how they measure them. They're called user sessions. So it depends. They might be on for a number of hours. But if I look at the last 4 months in that reporting, Delft Next, if I go to January, 3,460 user sessions, 3,440 in February, 2,422 in March, and 1,373 in April. So that's 10,666 user sessions at that site. Wells Street also each month, 1,159 in January, 967 in February, 950 in March, 936 in April. That's a total of 4,012 user sessions. Philippi Village, same thing, month by month, 570, 785, 765, and 534. That's 2,663. And then 409, 446, 606, 468 as the user sessions in Vrygrond, taking a total to 1929. Section B, the Delft Next in Dawu Yetu Western Cape Centre is located in Delft, Cape Town. The e-centre is situated inside the Next Hope Cape Town facility. That address is in 54 Vierlily Crescent, Roosendaal, Delft. The number of computers there are 22 in the access room. And the number of computer training rooms, that's not applicable. Of course, it is in that Next Centre, so there are a lot of other facilities around the Next Centre which probably could be used as breakaways if you needed to do, etc. The Wales Street address is right here, 9 Wales Street. That has 10 computers, and the same around training rooms would apply. Philippi Village in the East Centre is located in Philippi in Cape Town. If you know where Philippi Village is, that is at the old cement factory in Philippi. That has 9 computers, and it actually has the number of computers in the training room is 12. In Vrygrond, that is at the New World Foundation. That's Vrygrond Avenue. In Vrygrond, that has 14 computers in the access room and 12 in the training room. And then B2, the most accessed services based on the monthly regional reports are as follows: updated CVs, apply for online job applications. Government services online include applications for online school admissions and tertiary institutions and SARS e-filing. Then it is free ICT skills training, followed by scholars and students doing research for assignments, and then emails and social media.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I see the Honourable Van Binnen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My question is, what is the impact of Broadband 2.0 on the lives of people who are now accessing these centres?
Thank you very much for that question. I think, first of all, I think what people are accessing in these service centres really shows, what people are using them for. And, when you get free access, it is how economies are changed. And what's really exciting for me, I remember when you first did the trials of these access centres, those first trials, it was about students doing research for projects at school. And it's interesting how that's moved down the list a bit. I always said if that's all that we achieved, it would be all that's needed. But to see that it's actually about CVs and job applications and e-filing and, that really is exciting for me because that talks about jobs and the economy, which at the end of the day really is how does this platform enable us as a society to improve where we are, find opportunities, especially linked to jobs and economic growth, which changes your life absolutely. And then, of course, underlying that is education, empowering yourself, enabling yourself, either on skills training exercises or getting online applications at school or tertiary institutions. So I think between those two, that really says to me, this kind of platform gives you a massive opportunity to change your life and really in places that really need it. And it's really amazing that in a place like Philippi, who also suffer massively because of crime levels, etc., and you're finding these interventions making a real difference in people's lives, that's actually how the violence prevention side linked to all of the other programs we have started to change people's lives and make it safer and more opportunities.
Honourable members, with 18 seconds remaining, I see no further follow-ups with regards to the relevant question. I will then conclude this part of our session. So that's the end of oral questions as printed. Outstanding replies will be printed in Hansard. Honourable members, we will now move in terms of Rule 204. In terms of questions to the Premier without notice, I have been informed that the relevant draw was administered by the administration, and I will now see the Honourable Kampfer.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Members in the House, let me see, Lond, are you here? To you, Speaker. I have your book. Honourable Deputy Speaker, allow me to the achtbare Premier. Premier, gegee die winterstorms na verwagting binne 'n paar weke oor 'n paar maande sal begin en die herstelwerk aan die oorstroming van die R303 in die Weskus buitekant Citrus sal vertraag is en nog nie voltooi nie. Yes? Watter onmiddellike maatreëls neem die provinsiale regering om konstruksie te bespoedig en te verhoed dat duisende weer weespad in instorting afgesny is buitekant die dorp bly? Step up. Dankie.
Thank you very much to the honourable member for that question. And it's evident that ons minister is op it and he stepped up because, of course, I don't really know all the detail of that site. But right here it says on the exact question, good progress on MR310. If all goes according to plan, two-way traffic by Thursday this week. So I'm sorry to the honourable member. You might be looking for some failure. But it's quite interesting, the question on that site, because last time the honourable member was asking questions about fires and things, he was still going on about the fires when they were put out by the teams already. And on this site specifically, the kind of money that is being spent on redeveloping a new way of dealing with floods. So in other words, the new canals that have been, or the new culverts that have been designed specifically because climate change is affecting towns like this. And, you know, I think about this question by this honourable member in context of a road in the middle of Johannesburg. And there is definitely, you can feel the contrast, you can see the contrast. I've been there myself to see it. I've engaged with the other role players, which is the agri sector, because it's not only the building of the road or the new bridge which is being constructed. It's not only that bridge and the redesign of the culverts. I mean, we could have just filled it up again like last time, but we know it's going to wash away. So we've got to, with climate change, put extra design in. We've got to spend more money on making sure that it doesn't happen again. And so one is that culvert design that I spoke about, which is really innovative. I've gone and stood there with the minister in the middle of those culverts, engaged with those companies who got those contracts, who are putting them in place. And the photograph I've just seen is seeing those tar layers going on the top. I think that is an outstanding effort from this department in getting us prepared for what we knew as a major 1 in 100 year flood that took place. Another part of that specific issue is the silting up of the river, and how in that bridge, the silt has over many years built up, and then the reeds take hold in that silt. And that's actually probably the main cause, because we've got this pipeline, which is under a bridge, which now gets filled, half of it with sand. And of course, when the water comes down, it then spreads out and destroys roads and infrastructure and floods people's homes, and et cetera, et cetera. And so I really think that this is an outstanding investment and an outstanding response to a major infrastructure damage from, and if I remember correctly, in those floods, 153, I think, was the number of roads that were damaged and closed. And while this minister repairs not only that bridge, we have a look at all of these other roads over the last year that have been repaired, reopened, put in place. There is no other province in South Africa that's able to respond to that kind of disaster with the speed that's being responded to here. And it is outstanding. I mean, one would think that this was a sweetheart question from one of my own members, because it gives me the ability to actually talk about our response versus, I said, think about that road that blew up with that gas explosion in the middle of Gauteng. Actually think about the floods from 3 years ago that happened in KZN. And still those infrastructure canals are not repaired. They are not repaired yet. And if they have floods again, the chances are that Toyota will not rebuild that factory. And that's what shows you the difference between a responsible government and a responsive government who really applies their mind, brings in good planning, and actually deals with a big issue that we are facing, what is called climate change. We're getting more water over much shorter periods of time. And in actual fact, this is just the tip of the iceberg, because all of built environment across our country is built with certain formulae. It says that for so much square meters of paved area, you need a drain pipe this big. Well, I'm sorry, you need a drain pipe this big now. We need to double up. We need to build bigger infrastructure. And imagine you have to rebuild almost every single town and city's drainage infrastructure across South Africa to deal with this climate change that's coming at us. And of course, that's exactly what the minister has been doing in this case. Thank you.
Honourable members, just to remind yourself, the person posing the question has 2 follow-ups. Member Kamfer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Ongelukkig, Speaker, I must give you the true facts. And I must question dit to the Premier. Wanneer laas was die Premier of sy adviseerder self 'n ter plaatse ondersoek? Ek het gister oor die brug geloop en weer 'n ompad gery. Daar is nog geen move dat dit na 'n kant toe gaan kom nie. Ek het gister daar gery. Ek ry nog daar uit en in. Ek het nog nie verblyf in die stad nie. Dit is een wat
Member Kamfer, I would want to caution you that's already one question. I wouldn't want you to overstep and miss your opportunity. Premier, that's the first question.
The honourable member, of course the road is not open. I'm looking at the photograph, the current photograph of that road. It's still got wet tar in it. You've got to drive around the wet tar. But the point is, he is driving, the member is driving on a construction site where you're repairing damage from a major flood. That's the point. Go and drive in any of those other places where nothing has happened, nada, nix, in 3 years. In this province, we get things done.
Member Kamfer, are you utilizing your final follow-up?
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I understand and I see the pictures. My last question is, how many money have this department spent 23 that was happened on this the same bridge, 24 that has happened the same bridge broken? What is the plan of the department in the future, and how many money was spent for the repairs of this road? Thank you.
I wanted to give you leniency based that you were the first person to draw, but I will allow the Premier to answer.
The honourable member must know that the bridge didn't wash away. He's just said the bridge washed away. The bridge didn't wash away. So he mustn't come and spew nonsense here. The second thing is the first 5 million wash away.
Honourable Premier, I see Member Syed.
Aye, man.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I beg for your indulgence. I know you will indulge me on this one. I think the Honourable Premier is getting hot under the collar. He's leading government. He leads government. He must carry himself like a leader of government, not as if he's a backbencher and fighting here. And they must calm down, respond properly. There's no need to use words such as say that the member is talking nonsense. That's totally out of order. Just respond. Thank you.
Honourable members, we are doing extremely well today. I would want us to continue in order to ensure that those that are in the gallery, those that are listening, are ultimately benefiting from these debates and discussions. I see Member Kamfer.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Speaker, yes, Honourable of Order, Speaker. Ek voel die Premier raak my aan. Hy moet withdraw, Speaker.
I do not regard that particular word as deeply unparliamentary. I would, however, once again state that the discussions and the debates in this particular house is by its very nature highly political. And I will encourage members to remain calm and to allow for the debate to proceed. Member Nkondlo, are you rising on the same matter?
Speaker, I just want to check with yourself. Do you regard when another member says to another is speaking nonsense, that is part of being highly political in a debate? Is that what you are saying?
It is very clear. It is very clear in this house, the debates that is ongoing. In this house, members, we have heard worse on what members say on how people are engaging. I'm not going to have the debate now. I will allow the Premier to proceed. The time is running out. This opportunity does not come along every sitting where we are able to ask questions to the Premier without notice. So we will proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. To avoid any kind of confusion here, Honourable Member, I withdraw and apologise for saying that you were spewing nonsense. I would like to say, Speaker, in
Premier, I'm not going to have the debate in this regard, Premier, and I will caution members. Premier.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. I would just like to correct the Honourable Member in that the last 3 floods and washaways in that very area, where I have personally been every single time, the bridge itself has not washed away. So that is incorrect. But the washaways have occurred on the roadway leading up to the bridge. I think the Honourable Member also knows that, and of course now I've got to be careful because I'm not stating exact facts because I don't have the budget in front of me, but to actually put a proper correction there, we actually need to rebuild the causeway all the way from the main freeway to the bridge. That's just short of $1 billion, 800 million, I think, is what that would need. And we don't have that kind of budget at the moment. But the budget that is being spent on these new innovations and these new spaces, like what I've just said around the culvert. What I've just quickly got across the floor, because of course these are questions to the Premier without notice. So I don't know what the Honourable Member is going to ask me. I would be prepared. I try and bring a lot of stuff with me so that I'm trying to anticipate questions so that I can give responsible answers in the House. You know, we're the only province that actually does this, and I want to do it properly and I want to do it well. So what I've just, and luckily my colleague sits right next to me. So we're talking about 5 million rand for the first washaway, and we're talking about 10 million rand for the second washaway. The first washaway and the second washaway are different spaces. It's not the same, exactly the same place that washed away again. And of course, as I've said already, that it's about saying within our means, we can't build R1 billion or 800 million rand new causeway for the whole way. But what we can do and try and respond, as the Honourable Member said, as quickly as possible before the next flood season happens, that we do get this in place. And that's, of course, that's the urgency that the department is putting in place. That's why the Minister keeps following it up, saying, where are we on it? And he can actually show me that the message he got this morning already was, Minister, we should be opening it to two-way traffic on Thursday. I mean, I think that is really great news. And to see the speed in which they've rebuilt, and I mean, those culverts, the Honourable Member knows the work that went into those culverts, the reinforcing, the concrete, the depth that had to be dug down to make sure that those culverts are going to respond to potential new flooding again. And in addition to that, it's not only what this department is doing, it's the money that the department is also transferring from the agricultural department to the water users associations and the agri sector to make sure that we actually get the riverbed cleaned again, because that is also a big issue. And also, don't hold me to the exact number, but I think we're talking about 2 transfers, and we're probably sitting in the region of 15 to 18 million rand that has been spent now in that region to make sure that we are cleaning out the river space so that that we can also mitigate that risk. Open up the culverts, open up the drainage systems. And of course, that's what we try and do across every one of our municipalities now as we're moving towards potential winter rainfall and winter flooding time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I see the Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Through you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, with regards to the question to the Premier, with regards to exports and their contribution to the Western Cape economy, what collaborative interventions has the Western Cape government undertaken to ensure that the Port of Cape Town effectively delivers on its mandate in support of growth for jobs strategy? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think we all know that the Port of Cape Town is in its global efficiency ranking, sits right there at the bottom, which is really unacceptable. We can't have a conduit to the economy blocked like it is. I was just seeing, I said that I brought documents to help me with these kind of things. I was actually, I first want to respond to say that myself, Minister Seleku, Minister Mayor, the Mayor, the MACO member for mobility in the city, had a meeting with Minister Barbara Creasy towards the end of last year with specific reference to the Port of Cape Town, because we cannot have this conduit for jobs and the economy blocked like it is. And I want to say, I'll say in this house to Minister Creasy, thank you very much, because she responded to us in that meeting that she would act decisively and quickly and make sure that we get our rail and our port out to concessions. And I really am excited about that. Just like the private entity in Durban Port.
Please speak to the Chair, Premier.
Just like the private entity in Durban Port that the ANC have put in place, we want exactly the same thing in the Cape Town Port and with the rail, because she's put out the rail and the ports for requests for information. And so publicly, I want to say to her, thank you very much, Minister, for taking that next step in moving away from broken, failed policy of the last 30 years. And let's move towards global best practice and how we actually can compete globally. That's the first thing. The second thing I must say that our own port interaction, I don't know if the
order members
are listening, but our own interaction through Minister Mayer's team in the port and the delivery, thank you now for the rubber-tired gantries. The first ones have arrived, and that is going to make a massive difference. If we go back a year, we will find some second-hand rubber-tired gantries, but they didn't fit and they didn't work and they were broken and old and unserviceable. We've got brand new ones. The first tranche has arrived, and we will be getting a number of tranches this year so that we really start to get those efficiencies lifted. And there I want to say thank you to Transnet and Michelle Phillips and the work that she's doing alongside our team to make sure that we find those efficiencies. I mean, we are now in the midst of our citrus exports. The previous question was about the roads and the usage of or the ability of our roads to be repaired before the winter season. We know how those road blockages and floods blocked our ability to get citrus to market, specifically from the Hibiscus. We've got to make sure that these pipelines and blockages are open and removed. And then, of course, it's how we get those port operators to come into our market through a tender process, through an open bid process, to give us the efficiencies that we need that will get our products to market so we don't lose market share to our competitors in South America or in Australia or wherever else with those products that are moving through our port or at the moment not moving through our port quick enough. I also want to say that you know, I was looking at a document because we've just come back from the UAE and we engaged with Dubai Port, who now operates 60 ports around the world in various, across every single continent. And it's amazing to see those efficiencies they're finding in those countries where they came in. And that's exactly what we're trying to achieve. And so I really hope that when this process is concluded, we'll find operators coming out of other parts of the world.
Please conclude.
Other parts of the world that are really going to be efficient, because our port used to be efficient. In 2012, we could move 33 standards and we reduced that right down to inefficient rates of 14 at a time. And that's just unacceptable. We've got to get our game up. We've got to be competitive.
Thank you so much,
We've got to get
Premier.
jobs and growth going. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, that concludes questions to the Premier without notice. In terms of Rule 145, we will now deal with member statements. And I will see the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Today, on the 80th
anniversary of victory in Europe, we honor the courage of those who stood against the tide of tyranny. Among them, over 334,000 South Africans, volunteers from every corner of our then divided land answered the call to fight fascism long before the world fully grasped its horror. From the unforgiving deserts of North Africa to the shadowed hills of Italy, South African troops fought with tenacity and resolve. In the Northern African campaign, the 1st South African Infantry Division helped turn the tide. At Operation Crusader, they broke the siege of Tobruk. At El Alamein, our engineers crawled through minefields under fire so others could advance. And then came Italy. In 1944, the 6th South African Armored Division landed in the birthplace of fascism, fighting through dust and mud towards Europe. At the shadow of Monte Cassino, under fire, our troops endured. As General Dwight D. Eisenhower described, the 6th Armored Division was, I quote, a magnificent fighting force, courageous and capable, close quote. Many of our soldiers fought in separate units, unequal in pay, weaponry, and rights, and yet they fought together against a greater evil. They fought for a world better than the one that they came from. Let us pause to remember the thousands of South African soldiers who never returned home, those who fell in the sands of Al Alamein, in the rubble of casinos, or in the skies above Europe. Their names may be etched in stone or lost to the wind, but their bravery endures. They died not only for victory, but for the hope of a freer, fairer world. Today, we carry the memory forward with pride, with sorrow, and with eternal gratitude. Let us remember them not only as soldiers of war, but as soldiers of principle.
Thank you,
Warriors of
Honorable
the world.
Masipa.
Thank you.
Your
Deputy
time has
Speaker.
expired. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape government under the Premier's watch has abandoned our elderly and neglected them. Indignity and suffering. The horrific condition of KSE Kraaifontein days are not an isolated incident. They are a damning indictment of this government's dereliction of duty and heartless disregard for our vulnerable citizens. 19 years ago, a serious allegation of abuse, rape, and horrific conditions at this very home were investigated by the then MEC Kholeka Mqulwana. In 2025, these horrors are back. A viral post by social justice activist Bianca Boyson revealed shocking allegations of rape, abuse, filth, and elders left to lie in their own feces. This prompted ANC members to urgently visit the facility. What we saw was heartbreaking. There are only 3 nurses over 130 residents. No emergency call buttons in rooms. Frail elders soaked in mattress without blankets, sheets, or diapers, and no dietitian. Though the provincial government allocates 1.4 million per quarter, majority of it goes to salaries, not care. SASSA grants meant for the elderly are being used to buy groceries. Last year, 7 residents reportedly died within 2 weeks due to neglect. Yet the Premier and his MEC have done nothing. This is not just bad governance, it is disgrace. It's a tragedy unfolding before our eyes. This is another life epidemic in the making. A 2019 forensic report exposed mismanagement and called for action, including investigations by Ms. Nondumiso Chona. Yet nothing has happened. The facility board operates illegally with only 3 members instead of 7. Why the silence? The Premier cannot plead ignorance. The death, squalor, and despair in our old age homes have been well documented, and yet there has been no action, no urgency, no justice, just silence and
Your
suffering.
time has expired, Member Barnes.
We welcome the visit of our Human Rights Commissioner, Chris Nisan, to the home yesterday. We hope that the DA government will do something about it.
Thank you so much, Member Barnes. I see the PA.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart and a deep sense of responsibility to bring this House attention to ongoing crisis at Benevolent Park Old Age Home in Mossel Bay. a place that should be a sanctuary for the elderly, but which has sadly become a space of instability, fear, and mismanagement. As previously highlighted, the law is clear. We have a legal and moral obligation to protect and care for the elderly in our province. The residents in Benevolent Park, our mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and grandfathers deserve dignity, not distress. It is unacceptable that instead of receiving the care and protection they deserve, these residents are being intimidated, silenced, and even dragged into legal battles merely for expressing concern about their living conditions or the conduct of those meant to serve them. Speaker, we are now witnessing a troubling pattern. The very same governance and interference issues are being reported at Kraaifontein Old Age Home, Oudtshoorn Old Age Home, and several others across the Western Cape. We cannot and will not remain silent. On behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, I therefore call on the Western Cape Provincial Parliament and the relevant departments to first, urgently intervene at Benevolent Park, Kraaifontein Old Age Home, and other affected facilities. Establish an independent task team or the existing committee to assess the governance, care standards, and the role of municipalities and board members in the mismanagement of these homes. Ensure that any court cases or legal actions against residents simply for voicing their opinions are dropped or withdrawn immediately. Implement a provincial oversight mechanism that protects the rights and voices of the elderly and ensures these institutions are run with accountability and compassion. Speaker, we cannot preach about dignity and human rights while turning a blind eye to the mistreatment of those who build this country with their hands and hearts. The Patriotic Alliance will not sit back.
Please conclude, member.
While our elders are disrespected, neglected, and treated. We urge the House to act decisively, not tomorrow, not next month, but
Thank
today.
you so much, Honorable Stevens. I see the DA.
Afrikaans word al vir veel meer as net 100 jaar gepraat en geskryf, maar tydens 2025 en spesifiek vandag, 8 Mei, word die taal amptelik erken vir die 100ste bestaanjaar as 'n landstaal, 'n amptelike landstaal. Afrikaans is ingeboesem in die kultuur van die Wes-Kaap. Sonder Afrikaans sou gesprekke darm regtig vervelig gewees het. Afrikaans is 'n kragtige vorm van uitdrukking, al is jou moedertaal Engels of isiXhosa. En meeste Suid-Afrikaners skel graag in Afrikaans wanneer die Bokke of Bafana verloor. Dit is 'n pragtige mengelmoes van Nederlands, Portugees en Afrikatale wat eintlik meer as 'n taal geskep het. Vir talle Suid-Afrikaners weerspieël dit hulle unieke kultuur en diversiteit. Dit verbind gemeenskappe en bou verstandhouding. Die viering van hierdie eeufees is 'n geleentheid om hulde te bring aan al die digters, skrywers, opvoeders, kunstenaars en gewone Afrikaanssprekendes in die verskillende Afrikaanse dialekte wat Afrikaans vorm en uitbou. Die taal is lewendig en veerkragtig en nuwe woorde en sagspreuke word elke dag geskep in ons gemeenskappe. Die herdenking is ook 'n geleentheid om ons ryk geskiedenis te herdenk. Gesprek te voer oor dinge wat nog krap en fees te vier in jou taal, dat ons seker maak dat ons Afrikaanse toekoms bewaar. Mag ons altyd saamwerk om alle tale te bevorder vir die verspreiding van diversiteit en dit erken as 'n waardevolle deel van ons kultuur. Dit is hoe ons Suid-Afrika se wonderlike meertalige toekoms bewaar.
Thank you, Honorable Walters. I see the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF extends its condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of the three SAPS members whose lives were tragically cut short and whose bodies, along with two civilians, were recently recovered in the river in Gauteng. The EFF commends the rescue and investigation teams who worked tirelessly to recover the 5 bodies, utilizing drone technology and enduring challenging conditions to bring the remains home. In addition to the 3 SAPS members identified, 2 other bodies were also identified and recovered. This development is deeply concerning, and the presence of multiple bodies in one river system within a short time frame and geographic radius suggests a broader and possibly coordinated pattern of violence and demands urgent and thorough investigation. The EFF urges authorities to work with urgency to identify the lost individual and to notify their family. No family should have to endure uncertainty about the fate of their loved ones, and every life lost deserves dignity, justice, and closure. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, the EFF calls for a full and transparent investigation into the deaths of SAPS officers and civilians, and the National Police Minister must provide answers not only to the families but to the police about what happened, why, and who must be held accountable. The country deserves to know whether these are isolated incidents or something far more criminal and sinister. May the souls of the departed rest in the revolutionary peace. We hold their loved ones in our thoughts and remain committed to demanding answers and justice in your name.
Thank you, Honorable Kasim. I see the NCC.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to all. I greet you all in the name of the Most High. Speaker, the NCC is shocked to see that the DAMP, Michael Begram, has on the 29th of April posted a written question to the Minister of Employment and Labour relating to employment, equity stats, the definition of coloured versus black, and employment of coloureds in general. Now, Speaker, what is even more shocking in this instance is that the very same MP, Begram, has a history of dismissing coloured employees at the CCMA and at the Labour Court. Speaker, because of this MP, many coloured employees has lost their cases at court, or better yet, many cases don't even reach the court. The bribing in connection at courts has seen many sexual predators walk free. Speaker, this MP got full control over the employment sector. He even controlled the Labour Practice Council. Can you believe that? Now, one of the most recent shocking incidents is where he represented DJ Outsource, an online gambling platform administrator, against claims of abuse where coloured female employees is involved. Now, Lisa Smith, she lost her job. Today, she's still unemployed. She's fighting for justice and her financial losses. Sanusha Raman, an employee at the very same company, committed suicide as she could not deal with this pressure of abuse. And it was reported. But obviously, Vitos Visimaniki wat vir haar afgeskiet het. Speaker, these are the stories that we hear every day. And to see MP Begram acting as a protector for the workers of the coloured people in particular, asking questions to the minister, is a slap in the face of the law-abiding workers of this country. In the Western Cape, coloured people in particular suffer the most in terms of employment opportunities. So how can the very same people that wants to see us fail want to now speak out as our superheroes? No, Speaker, 2026 is around the corner and also mense se oë is oop. Ek sê maar net, amas sê.
Thank you, Honorable Jacobs. I see the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC wishes to state its unwavering support to the rights of all as enshrined in the Constitution of South Africa, and that we shall never stand with anyone nor laws that discriminate people on the basis of their race, color, creed, and sexual orientation. This we boldly state against the rogue behavior of the federal chairperson of DA, former member of this House, and former premier of this province, Helen Zille, who in celebration of an unfortunate UK ruling against trans women said, I quote, "They have protected the rights of the women across the English-speaking world, equating trans women to a contagion as dangerous socially as COVID was medically." This hateful vitriol against trans women is testimony of how Helen Zille and his DA ilk are disgustingly hypocritical. This hypocrisy must be called out as against the South Africa we stand on. Helen Zille has always been found with such far-right views, and as a blue-eyed magogo is not reined in by her very own party that has falsely purported itself to be friends of the LGBTQIA+ community, including being a partner and a funder of the Cape Town Pride. The city under the DA will be hosting the World Pride in 2027 here in Cape Town. Yet we have such a leader with a very warped view of gender equality in modern times, as per the poem Against the Holocaust by Pastor Martin Nimola. Let's remind opportunists in the DA that first, the poem goes. First, they came for the communists and I did not speak out. Then they came out for the Jews and I did not speak out. And then they came for me and there was no one left to speak out for me. This is a message to the DA and your opportunistic silence.
I recognize the DA. Order members, I see the DA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On this World Red Cross and Red Crescent Day, we pause to pay tribute to the heart of humanitarian work in our province. The NGOs, civil society groups and volunteers who serve tirelessly in communities across the Western Cape. These are the people who respond first when disaster strikes. The ones who deliver meals in the cold, comfort the victims of violence, and provide shelter, hope, and healing to those most in need. They are the pulse of compassion in our province. The DA-led Western Cape government recognizes this work, not just with words, but with action. Over the past 5 years, the Department of Social Development has strengthened
call
its...
me. I want to know.
Can you? You may continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The DA-led Western Cape government recognizes this work not just with words, but with action. Over the past 5 years, the Department of Social Development has strengthened its partnership with the sector, offering real, practical support. Through the NPO Help Desk and Institutional Capacity Building Program, over 2,700 organizations have received support to strengthen their governance and impact. A groundbreaking partnership with the United Nations Development Program is enhancing resource mobilization and institutional resilience among our NGO partners. Last year, nearly 33,000 individuals accessed psychosocial services and more than 19,500 families received vital support through the Family Preservation Program. An additional 3 million rand was allocated in 2024 to boost humanitarian response capacity in the face of fires, floods, and food insecurity. These numbers represent lives changed because of strong partnerships and shared purpose. To every organization, volunteer, and community leader, we see you, we thank you, and we honor you.
Please conclude.
You remind us that dignity, kindness, and service are the foundation of a just and caring society. Together, we are stronger. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Philander. I see the Freedom Front Plus.
Agbare Deputy Speaker, vandag is Afrikaans amptelike taal 100 jaar oud. Die Vryheidsfront Plus was op 'n tyd in die geskiedenis van Suid-Afrika die enigste party wat geveg het vir Afrikaans in hierdie land. Dr. Corneille Mulder, ons nasionale leier, het bevestig. Hy was deel van die oorgangsperiode na die nuwe bedeling in 1994. Toe die ANC en ek aanhaling is, toe die ANC en die DA voorgestel het dat Engels die enigste amptelike landstaal moet wees. Einde van aanhaling. Dit was die Vryheidsfront Plus wat alleen geveg het vir die erkenning van Afrikaans in Suid-Afrika en terloops ook ander inheemse tale. Afrikaans was die moedertaal van my oorlede ouma en oupa gewees.
Are you able to take your seat? Is that a point of order?
Chair, this is an alternate reality, not just misleading the House. That's factually not true, what's being said there in terms of the DA's predecessor organization. Even the ANC did not support it. It's just not factually true.
Thank you so much.
Chair, are you telling me to sit down or the anti-poor party again?
I'm asking.
Is it yourself?
Order members, I'm asking.
Okay, thank you.
Orders,
Thank
that
you.
is not a point of order. Member Marais, please conclude. You have 50 seconds.
Baie dankie, Deputy Speaker. Ja, die waarheid maak seer, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, Afrikaans is die moedertaal van my ouma en my oupa wat nou oorlede is. En ek het nog sy gedigte wat hy geskryf het in sy Bybel. Ek is lief vir Afrikaans. Afrikaans is ook die moedertaal van 70% van die breinbevolking in Suid-Afrika. Mag Afrikaans nog lank lewe. Lank lewe Afrikaans sprekendes in Suid-Afrika en die wie die taal liefhet. En ek is baie bly dat die DA wat destyds in 1994 as die DP, julle naam was mos DP geweest, daai tyd. Dalk sal dit 'n bietjie terugbring wat jy vergeet het. Ons is die Vryheidsfront Plus, die Vryheidsfront Plus verwelkom.
Please conclude, member. Order, members.
Agbare speaker, beskerm my net teen hierdie stemme wat hierso van die linkerkant afkom.
Your time is expired, member.
Agbare speaker, insluiting. Ons verwelkom dat die DA ook nou lief is vir Afrikaans. Baie dankie.
I would have only entertained the heckling if it was in Afrikaans. Honorable members, I now see Al Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Al Jamaa, we want to wish all the Hajj pilgrims from Cape Town and all around the world that is embarking on the compulsory Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca, the holy land of Mecca and Medina. We wish for them a Hajj, a pilgrimage Maqbool and a pilgrimage Mabrur. I thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Brinkhuis. I see the ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Ground Up, a non-profit organization, news organization, visited SASSA offices yesterday. Yesterday, Deputy Speaker, they visited Athlone and Gugulethu SASSA offices. What they found, we all know is disturbing, that people in the line in Athlone had to be there since 3 o'clock in the morning. In Gugulethu, people were turned away because of the new verification drive by SASSA. Deputy Speaker, the lack of satellite offices in Langa, Bondiwil, and No Park means that people must travel and spend money to get to the SASSA offices. So the plea to Minister Londe is to speak to his national minister, or to speak to the national minister to make sure that people that go and draw disability, this was a disability grant queue that people had to stand in. And we are asking that people are treated with dignity and respect. To go, this one lady that they interviewed had to leave Bondiwil early hours in the morning to get to an Athlone office. And SASSA is failing our people, and we're asking for help. Help, the plea that we're calling is to ask Minister Londe to engage with his national counterpart and make SASSA work. I thank you.
Order, members. I see the Good Party.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, no number of extra police. Speak, Deputy.
Order, members. We are pausing the time, Member Aaron. Member Van Vogel. You may proceed, Member Aaron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. No number of extra police or security guards will address Cape Town's deeply entrenched culture of gangsterism. The city has announced it will spend 100 million rand on security to protect emergency and service workers in crime-ravaged areas. And this follows the tragic deaths of 10 people in gang-related violence last weekend. Meanwhile, the provincial government blames national government for not devolving policing powers. But while some devolution may be necessary, the idea that it will magically dissolve gangsterism is misguided. The province already pours billions into the city's policing through the LEAP program and the Western Cape Safety Plan, which promised to halve the murder rates but has shown no measurable impact. The truth is more police won't fix a problem rooted in inequality and apartheid spatial planning. Cape Town is one of the most unequal cities in the world, and it shows. In some communities, nearly half the residents are unemployed, social services are scarce, Infrastructure is crumbling, and in these conditions, gangsterism doesn't just exist, it thrives. A teenager in Newlands acting out may get help. A teenager in Manenberg gets recruited. Yes, the province must ensure safety for frontline workers, but real change requires a shift in how we treat working class communities. Imagine if a portion of the billion spent on policing were redirected towards social development, into mental health support, school-based interventions, addiction treatment, job creation, and housing. That would do more to disrupt gang culture than any increase in law enforcement. The Western Cape cannot police its way out of this crisis. Real safety comes from the investment in people, not just boots on the ground. It's time for this government to stop chasing headlines and start funding change. Thank you.
I recognize the DA.
I rise today to express our deepest condolences and mourning of the tragic and senseless killing of Councillor Xolile Kalipa, a dedicated servant of a democratic alliance and the people of Stellenbosch. Councillor Kalipa was fatally shot on the night of the 4th of May 2025 in Kayamandi, in what can only be described as an evil act of violence. We are deeply shocked and saddened by this loss, and we strongly condemn this brutal attack. We join the call for an urgent and thorough investigation by the South African Police Service. It is crucial that those responsible for this cowardly act are brought to justice swiftly and without compromise. The safety of our public representatives and communities cannot be negotiable. Councillor Kalipa was more than a political figure. He was a humble, soft-spoken leader who earned the respect of all who knew him. He served his community with unwavering dedication, always listening, always acting, always putting people first. His legacy is one of compassion, resilience, and an unshakable commitment to bettering the lives of those around him. To the Kalipa family, his friends, colleagues, and the broader Stellenbosch community, we extend our heartfelt sympathies. In your grief, know that you do not mourn alone. We stand with you in determination to ensure justice and to continue the work he so passionately pursued. May Councillor Kalipa rest in peace, and may his memory be a blessing and a call to action for all of us. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Van Minnen. In terms of Rule 145, subsection 6, I now give one or more members of the executive that is present an opportunity to respond to member statements for not more than 5 minutes collectively. I see Minister Lund.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I'm going to start with Honourable Stoffels and Stevens. Honourable Stevens, you asked for an oversight body. However, that's already there. We have regular monitoring and evaluation that happens at all of our facilities that we fund. Those reports are available for the standing committee as well, of which you are a member also. And you can also, as a committee, go to these facilities as you have done in the past, such as Vermont, which I'll get to back now. It is very important that we do not play politics with the lives of the elderly in our province. We are one of those provinces where we have an ever increasing older population. That is then reflected in the money and the budget that this government has allocated. There was a 14 million rand increase for the funding to the older persons program, and also a 13 million rand increase in subsidies to support frail older persons in the old age homes in our province. And it is important that we, as lawmakers, and those that are exposed to the different types of facilities, that we educate communities, but also the boards as well, because we see where boards function well, but we also see where there's failures in the management of the boards. Now, just if you were running a board, you wouldn't want us to interfere in the day-to-day running, but we do flag the problems that we pick up through our regular monitoring and evaluation, like the committee did when they went to Vermont. And to the credit of the community in Knysna, they said this is not good enough. They got involved, they attended the AGM, and they actually elected a board that are starting to change around the things in Vermont. Because if you will remember, at the beginning of this term, we kept raising Vermont. We haven't heard that yet. So I'm going back to Vermont next week to pop in and say how things are going. The same goes for all of these other facilities. We need to make sure that a place like Benevolent Park, that was in a much, much worse situation, there's now an effective management structure in place. Let's not get involved with politics. Let's allow them and let's support them, Honorable Stevens, because that board is turning things around. The same with the KSE board. We need to make sure that they adhere to their own constitution, and then the community get involved and turn that around the same way they've done so in Vermont. So from my side, most of the time, the committee do an incredible job, and I thank you for that. But we need to make sure that we take that role of education and oversight in a dual role, and we leave the politics aside. To the Honorable Christians, you are correct to say that SASSA is a national entity, and we are engaging with the SASSA officials that's at a national level, but we also engage with the SASSA leadership within the Western Cape. Thank goodness they are moving away from the acting positions. They are now going to that permanent employment. And they've also identified all of these points that you've raised and a few more. They have put measures in place to alleviate that. It's still not good enough. It's still not acceptable, especially with the rainy season coming up, the cold. In the summer, it's you can almost be outside, but it's now coming to the difficult part. So we will continue raise it. They have committed to improving that. And I've texted my office and say, let's have a follow-up meeting again with SASSA and take that up with them as well. But thank you so much.
I see the Honorable Mackenzie.
Dankie eerbare spreker. Ek moet net sê ons eerbare lid dat natuurlik ons voorganger het beklei vir al die tale. Die Demokratiese Party het beklei vir al die tale in Suid-Afrika en ek wil net vir die honorable lid sê my pa het ook 'n gedig gehad. My pa se gedig was moenie lieg nie. Dankie.
I see the Honorable Minister Baartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Member Jacobs made certain reflections upon a member of the NA who also happens to be an officer of the court. He's a lawyer, member Michael Bagram specifically. This is also someone who weekly gives farm laborers free labor advice on the radio, and approximately 2,000 people tune in to listen to his advice. I have evidence because I was actually invited onto the DSI FM radio station where he asked, how does the budget benefit farm workers and how can they access some of our agricultural and social programs, which we delved into in this regard. And this is also someone who supports NGOs, such as those who work with disabled persons with free guidance and advice. And I know a particular organization,
Please conclude, Minister.
With making sure that they save jobs instead of losing jobs because of national job killing laws and regulations. And this is also why we support his work in
Thank
changing
you,
the Employment
Minister
Equity Amendment
Baartman.
Act and helping grow our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Baartman. Order, members. That concludes member statements. I now recognize the Chief Whip.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I give notice and move the motion in my name as it appears on the order paper. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 151, all notices of motion by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing it on the order paper. These motions have been duly submitted and published on the order paper below the line. Further to Rule 150, I would like to inform members that in terms of the Standing Rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolences and congratulatory were submitted to the Programming Authority prior to the plenary on the 6th of May 2025. Members are also reminded that motions without notice pertaining to congratulatory and condolence will not be allowed in this sitting that have not been processed by the Programming Authority. I have been informed that in the Programming Authority meeting on the 6th of May 2025, political parties did submit names of the honourable members in the desired order of speaking and who had wished to move a motion without notice in this sitting of the House. I will further, just for noting and for the purposes of the minutes, call out the honourable members whose name have accordingly been submitted and approved. The following members' motion have been approved by the programming authority as follows: the Honourable D.G. Jacobs, the Honourable W.F. Kaiser Philander, 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 the Honourable B.M. van Minnen, 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 Honourable D.W. Bryant, Honourable D. Stevens, Honourable R. Winvogel, Honourable F. Camphor, Honourable B. Nkwensu, Honourable A.P. Barnes, Honourable N.D. Unkondlo, Honourable M.K. Syed, and Honourable B. Stoffel. I now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Are there any objections? There's no objections. Agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of proceedings and in Hansard in each individual member's name as if the member had read them out aloud. I will now afford the opportunity for members to move motions without notice as per Standing Rule 150 subsection 2D. This could also include motions without notice that were not approved by the Programming Authority meeting. Members are reminded that a 30-minute time allocation is afforded in this regard. I see the Honourable Member Stevens.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Moved without notice that the House notes that today we rise in recognition of the heartbeats of our homes, our communities, and our nation, our mothers. Mother's Day is not merely a celebration marked on a calendar. It is a reminder of the enduring strength, love, and resilience that mothers embody each and every day. They are the first teachers, the constant nurturers, and often the silent warriors who carry the families through trials and unwavering determination. We honor all mothers, from those who cradle newborns with hope to those guiding ground children with wisdom. We pay tribute to mothers fighting silent battles, those raising children entangled in addiction who continue to love, support, and pray through pain most will never understand. Your courage and devotion are immeasurable. We salute the single mothers who embody the roles of both protector and provider, who rise before dawn, work tirelessly, and still return home with love to give. You are not just mothers, you are anchors, leaders, and everyday heroes. Mothers are the keystones of our communities. They are the builders of character, the defenders of dignity, and the custodians of culture. As the proverb reminds us, it takes a village to raise a child, but it is mothers who are so often village themselves as a society. We must reflect not only in gratitude, but in action to support, protect, and empower the women who do so much for all of us. Let this Mother's Day be a call to honor their contribution, to listen to their needs, and to create a society where every mother thrives. To all mothers, we see you, we thank you, we honor you. I thank you.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. Stevens, B. Stoffel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Motion without notice. That the House must note that we welcome the announcement by the Minister of Finance to stop the proposed increase in value-add tax, which was scheduled to commence on 1 May 2025. The initial proposal for an increase to the VAT rate was motivated by the urgent need to restore and replenish the funding of the critical services that have suffered reductions due to the country's constrained fiscal position. I move so.
Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I see the Honorable Win Vogel.
Thank you,
you,
to
Speaker.
answer, Premier.
On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that the House express its deepest condolences on the passing of His Holiness the Pope, a towering spiritual leader and a tireless advocate for human dignity. His Holiness left behind a profound legacy of compassion, justice, and peace. Throughout this papacy, he reminded us that faith must always be accompanied by action, particularly in the service of the vulnerable and the oppressed. His unwavering commitment to peace was most evident in his encourages political intervention in some of the world's most troubled regions. He consistently raised his voice against violence and injustice in Palestine, calling for a just and lasting resolution rooted in human rights and mutual recognition. His moral authority offered hope to millions and challenged the international community to uphold the dignity and aspirations of the Palestinian people. I so move.
Are there any objections with the notice being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I see the Honorable B. Stoffels.
Motion without notice that this House welcome the announcement of an official inquest into the suspicious and unresolved death of African National Congress leaders during the apartheid era, including the tragic passing of Chief Albert Luthuli in 1967 and Mlungisi Griffiths Mhlenge, who was killed in 1981. The apartheid regime was responsible for numerous deaths of the disappearance of political leaders and activists, often disguised as accidents of suicide, while evidence increasingly point to the calculated assassination. The decision to reopen these cases is a significant step towards truth, justice, and historical accountability, particularly from the families of the victims who have waited decades for the closure. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I see the Honorable Benson.
I move without notice that this House sends its heartfelt condolences to the family of Norman Biko and the wider rugby fraternity on the passing of South African rugby legend, who died in the early hours of Tuesday at age 79. Notes that Norman Biko was the last captain of the African Springboks and the former head coach of Blitzboks, a man who rose through the ranks of a system designed to exclude him and who stood tall in the face of apartheid's cruel segregation of sport. Further notes that the African Springboks was a team of black players forced into separate structures, denied access to proper facilities, pitches, and development under the system that that sought to silence black excellence, acknowledges that Mbiko, like many black South Africans under apartheid, suffered the repeated forced removals from his land and was eventually relocated to Nyanga on the Cape Flats. Yet, despite the injustice, he made history. In 2000, he was the first black coach of South Africa's senior national rugby team post-apartheid, leading the Blitzboks to international success. He recognizes that beyond the pitch, Biko gave his life to mentoring and uplifting young players, planting seeds of transformation communities long forgotten by the state and by sport. Notes with deep concern that despite the passing of 30 years since South Africa's re-entry into international sport, true transformation remains a promise unfulfilled, with the Springboks failing to meet their own 2023 transformation targets, as revealed by South African Rugby 2024's internal audit. Acknowledges that only 13% of players fielded in the 2023 Rugby Championship and 16% at the World Cup were blacks. Calls on governments accelerate transformation in all sports, with an emphasis on developing infrastructure, coaching, and high-performance support in black township and rural areas. Honor not only for his remarkable contribution to the field, but for his unyielding commitment to justice, transformation, and empowerment of future generations. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognise the Honourable Ngensu.
I move without notice that this House conveys its heartfelt condolences to the family of Mongetiti, the minibus taxi industry, the ANC and its alliance leader, partner in the Western Cape. Notes with deep sadness the cowardly assassination of Mongetiti, aged 45 years old later in the minibus taxi industry, who was gunned down on Wednesday, 16 April 2025, while leaving the Nyanga taxi rank to fulfill his church duties, recognizes Mr. Titi's significant role in the contribution and transformation of public transport in the Western Cape. Having risen from position of security guard to a respected leader within the taxi industry, where he championed the legalization and formal integration of taxi sedans, commonly known as Amapela, into mainstream minibus taxi operations between Nyanga and Paro Elsis River, acknowledges his unwavering commitment to promoting a taxi industry that is regulated, professional, and free from the influence of criminal networks, expresses concern over the lack of progress in the police investigation, especially in light of the City of Cape Town's widely publicized surveillance camera infrastructure, which has thus far failed to produce any footage to assist in the investigation of this heinous crime. Calls upon minibus taxi industry and all relevant stakeholders to cooperate fully with law enforcement agencies in identifying and bringing to justice those responsible to this brutal act. And remembers Titi as a sharp, dedicated, and insightful leader who will be sorely missed by the minibus taxi industry and all those who respected his work and vision for transformed public transport system free from the tentacles of the criminal network. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Can I ask your guidance, please? I think it was raised before, I've raised it before. A motion of condolences is a condolences, not criticizing another sphere of government, because when you object, it looks like you're objecting to the motion of condolences, which no one in this world will do. But then you mix it up with politics, it just creates confusion.
All right, honourable member, I take your, honourable minister, I take your point. Honourable members, I will come back to the House at the next sitting to give order. There was a point raised by the honourable minister. I will come back and I will provide guidance. But we are in the process of this motion being delivered. So can I ask, do you have an objection to the motion being moved without notice and not to the honourable members as part of the parliamentary, Honourable Lekker and honourable minister, order members. Honourable members, there is also order. If you allow me the floor while when I'm on the floor, order. Honourable members, there's also part of the parliamentary process. There is a process where you can object to the motion. You're objecting to the motion being moved without notice and not to the motion itself. So if you want to object with that context, in that context, then Honourable Minister, please do so. There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable members, the motions are part of our parliamentary process. It's a part of our parliamentary process, and I don't want us to get to a situation where motions are being objected and accepted frivolously, because then we might as well take it out of our rules and out of the process. But that motion has now been objected to and it will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize the Honourable Windvogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that this House welcomes the historic visit of the Excellency President Zelensky of Ukraine to the Republic of South Africa, marking a significant moment in South Africa's international diplomatic engagements. We hope their visit leads to an end to the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, a war that has cost thousands of lives, displaced millions, and disrupted global stability, including food and energy security in Africa and beyond. I so move.
Thank you very much, honourable member. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I now recognize the Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable Nkondlo, your opportunity. No, it's your opportunity to move your motion. Order, members.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House commemorates May Day, celebrated annually on the 1st of May, as a tribute to the struggles and victories of the working class in South Africa. Further notes that this day honors the resilience and unity of workers who, through the tireless efforts of the ANC, SACP, and COSATU Alliance, have secured fundamental rights and protections in our democracy. Acknowledges amongst the most notable victories is the establishment of a national minimum wage, which affirms the dignity of all workers, including domestic workers, farm workers, and other vulnerable sectors, ensuring that they are no longer excluded from the legal protection on fair pay, calls on this House, as we celebrate this day, to recommit ourselves to defending the rights of workers across all sectors and condemns any effort to undermine their hard-won gains. Let this day serve as both a celebration of progress and a call to continue the struggle for economic justice and equality for all workers in South Africa. I so move. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the achtbare lekker.
Julle kan maar object in advance, ne?
Order, members.
I move that this House notes that on the 27th of April 2025, South Africa commemorated 31 years of freedom and democracy, marking 3 decades since the historic 1994 elections that ended apartheid and ushered in a new constitutional order based on equality, justice, and human dignity for all. Further notes that Freedom Day serves not only as a celebration of how far we have come, but as a solemn reminder of how much further we still must travel to achieve true liberation for all our people. Recognizes that while we have made significant progress in building a non-racial democracy, the promise of freedom remains unfulfilled for many in the Western Cape, as this province's shameful housing backlog of 600,000 units stand as a monument to the DA government's failure to prioritize the poor. With their current delivery rate of only just over 3,000 BNG houses in the last financial year, condemning our people to wait 200 years to decent housing, acknowledges that this shocking neglect exposes the DA's empty rhetoric about caring for the poor while their policies continue to favor the privileged few. Condemns in the strongest terms the DA's deliberate slowing of housing delivery and their refusal to work cooperatively with national government to address this crisis. Appreciates that the DA actions perpetuate apartheid's spatial divisions and deny our people their constitutional right to adequate housing. Further calls on the Western Cape government to immediately implement a credible plan to dramatically increase housing delivery, to release all available land for human settlement, and to stop playing politics with people's lives. And as we mark 31 years of freedom, calls on this House to reaffirm the ANC-led national government's commitment to inclusive economic growth and transformation that will finally deliver the full meaning of liberation, where all our people enjoy decent housing, quality services, and the dignity promised by our Constitution. True freedom cannot come while hundreds of thousands in our province remain trapped in poverty and homelessness by a government that serves only the interest of the elite. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Ngensu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with deep concern the urgent court application filed by Mayoral Committee member Councillor J.P. Smith against the South African Police Service and the Magistrate of the Western Cape High Court. Further notes that J.P. Smith intention to litigate against SAPS following the raid on his office is nothing but a textbook response from someone born with a silver spoon in his mouth and a blatant ploy to intimidate investigators. Further notes that if J.P. Smith believes his rights were violated, he is free to pursue his claim, but he must answer to all charges like any other ordinary South Africans, and no amount of press statements or legal trial should deter the police meticulous investigation. Further notes that in this application, J.P. Smith alleges that the search and seizure warrants used during the high-profile raid on his office on 24 January 2025 were unlawfully obtained and based on falsehoods, errors, and critical omissions. Notes further that J.P. Smith's legal action contains serious accusation of procedural dishonest, bad faith, and reputational harm, thereby casting aspersions on the integrity and impartiality of SAPS and the judiciary. I notice that SAPS is constitutionally mandated to investigate crime and uphold the law, and must be allowed to perform its duties independently without fear, favor, or political interference. Affirms that no public representative, regardless of political position or status, should attempt to subvert or intimidate law enforcement agencies through litigation or public pressure, especially in matters involving allegations of corruption or misconduct. Calls on all elected officials, especially DA members, to respect the authority of independent institutions and to cooperate fully with law enforcement in the spirit of transparency and accountability like any other citizens. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable members, that concludes motions without notice. A week ago, we had former member of this House, Member Kama, engage us in this particular House. I think no member will also object to me welcoming the Honourable Maseko, who served this particular House for 2 terms. Welcome. Honourable members, we will now deal with the Speaker's debate as printed on the order paper. But before we proceed, I recognize the Honourable Speaker, Dalen Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, I've called this debate in terms of Rule 147 of the Standing Rules. The 1st of May is an important date on our parliamentary calendar when we commemorate the contributions made by our workers in shaping our future and recognise the dedication of frontline workers to serve the people of our province. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I now open the floor for discussion of this topic, but it would be remiss of me not to use this opportunity to thank all the wonderful staff of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament for their dedication and hard work and commitment to this institution and to the citizens of the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I now recognize the Honourable Murray.
Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to participate in this very important debate today on a topic that forms the basis of having a meaningful existence. Having a job is not only a way to generate income to support your daily needs. It creates purpose. It promotes interaction with others. It facilitates personal development and growth. It contributes to a healthier society, and most importantly, it enables a more dignified existence. It is for this reason that we need to make sure that we as government create an environment in which businesses can grow, creating much needed jobs for the citizens of our beautiful province. Deputy Speaker, safety plays an integral part in our ability to create a conducive environment for businesses to thrive and the creation of jobs. The Western Cape remains one of the provinces most affected by violent crime. Poverty and inequality remain root causes, creating conditions that foster desperation and criminal activity. In turn, criminal activity has a direct impact on the ability of businesses to grow as it interrupts business operations. Another growing concern is extortion, which has expanded beyond nightclubs and downtown businesses to target small enterprises, public transport operators, construction sites, and more recently, even our schools. This illegal practice undermines economic activity, threatens livelihoods, and disrupts essential services. To combat extortion, a specialized task team has been established by the South African Police Service to investigate and dismantle extortion networks. The Western Cape Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety is a valuable partner to the South African Police Service in this regard. An anonymous extortion hotline has also been established to report incidents of extortion. This coordinated approach has yielded positive results with numerous arrests of these alleged extortionists and closing the taps to their activities. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Government will be hosting a multi-sectoral summit on the combating of extortion in the Western Cape with the aim of developing a comprehensive, unified response that leverages the collective expertise and resources of government, law enforcement, the private sector, and civil society organizations and affected communities. The problem with extortion requires this unified response as it poses direct threat to the ability of businesses to grow and create jobs. The business sector also
Honourable Minister, are you able to take your seat? I see the Honourable Benson.
Chair, I rise on the basis of relevance because the content of her statement has nothing to do with the commemoration of the International Workers' Day, but instead the crisis of crime, of which of course is a concern to all of us.
Honourable Nkwensu, I will not dictate, but also it is a matter of interpretation. I see the Chief Whip.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Nkwensu is rising on a frivolous point of order and is trying to break the minister's flow. So perhaps maybe what you should suggest to him is that he uses his ears to listen to the minister's speech until she's concluded.
That is not a point of order. Let us proceed. Minister, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. The problem of extortion requires this unified response as it poses direct threat to the ability of businesses to grow and create jobs. The business sector also has a representative serving on the Provincial Safety Advisory Committee, which advises and makes recommendations on how to further improve the Western Cape government's crime fighting and prevention policies and strategies. On this platform, we are able to better understand the challenges faced by businesses and be advised on what the best approach is in addressing these challenges. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Government, through the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, is continuously working towards creating a safer society in which businesses can operate without interruptions caused by violence or the threat of violence. Our initiatives further help to create safer communities so that our workers are able to travel to and from their places of work. An example of our investment in creating safer spaces is our LEAP program. LEAP officers serve as a force multiplier to the South African Police Service and engages in visible policing, firearm confiscation, and community engagements contributed to increased safety and stability in communities experience the highest levels of violent crime. Speaker, the increased police visibility created by the presence of our LEAP officers in these communities provides our residents with more confidence to go about their day without fear or harm. Community-based safety structures such as neighborhood watches and community policing forums also play a crucial role in crime prevention through mass visibility patrols. Neighborhood watch patrollers often sacrifice their sleep to add that extra layer of protection for workers traveling to and from their places of work during peak hours. The Western Cape government will therefore continue to facilitate the establishment of these crucial safety structures. Our goal is to accredit and support 1,000 neighborhood watches by 2030, providing them with training, funding, and digital tools to enhance their effectiveness. Community policing forums, in their turn, creates a platform where the business community can directly engage with the South African Police Service regarding issues of safety affecting their operations in specific policing precincts. We will therefore continue to support CPFs to be the enabling body for the creation of safer business environments. The training provided to Neighbourhood Watch members and their continuous activism in a safety environment creates opportunities for employment. Our Neighbourhood Watch patrollers often advance through the phases and eventually join the law enforcement agencies they religiously supported through their safety activities. Our LEAP program supports approximately 1,000 job opportunities while enhancing our ability to tackle violent crime. Through our peace officer training program, we aim to create at least 240 employment opportunities annually, as mentioned during my budget speech recently.
Honourable Minister, are you able to take your seat? I see the Honourable Barnes.
Deputy Speaker, I think there's serious a mistake because we are debating here today Workers' Day. Maybe there's a mistake that happened in the speech. I'm just trying to check. Really, we've been patient and saying maybe there's something. Can that quickly be rectified? Thank you.
Honourable members, before I see the Chief Whip, this is a political debate. I'm not going to adjudicate on the content, but we are commemorating Workers' Day. I am currently, as a Deputy Speaker, working. The Speaker is watching me to see if I'm able to maintain order. So please help me as we commemorate Workers' Day and as I am currently sitting here and working. Are you covered? You are covered? Are you going to help me to work, Member Benson?
No, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Indeed, in defense of the MEC, the state of the police oversight and community is quite important for the House. So, I mean, I want to join those who are saying hands off to the MEC, hands off.
Thank you so much, Member Benson. Is going to help me to work as I'm seated here. I do know that you are on the order paper as well. Minister, 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Through our Chrysalis Academy program, we will continue to provide at-risk youth with life skills, vocational training and employment opportunities. Graduates of the program are given workplace experiences and opportunities through the expanded Public Works program. Deputy Speaker, while doing our best to improve the fibre of our communities, it is important to provide these opportunities for growth, inspiring hope in our youth to make a meaningful contribution to society and be active agents of change. Our department will continue to initiate and support programs aimed at making our province a safer place and capacitate our citizens in a process to make them more employable to have a more dignified life. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Stoffel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, members of the Western Cape, I greet you. Today, as we gather to commemorate Workers' Day, we do not merely celebrate a date on this calendar. We honor the blood, sweat, and tears of the generation of workers who fought for the freedom and enjoy today. We remember the sacrifice of those who stood firm against the brutality of apartheid, who organized in secret, who march in defiance, and who turned the wheels of the history towards justice. Before 1994, the workplace was a battlefield for Black workers. Apartheid laws threatened Black labor as cheap, disposable, and subhuman. Black workers were banned from skilled jobs, denied union rights, and forced into back-breaking labor for starvation wages. Farm workers and domestic workers, overwhelmingly Black and female, were excluded from basic protection, subjected to abuse, and trapped in cycles of poverty. There was no minimum wage, no overtime pay, and no rights to refuse unsafe work. The apartheid economy was built on the exploitation, but the workers refused to be broken. From the Durban strike of 1973 to the mighty COSATU Let's Stay Aways of 1980s, workers organized, resisted, and made apartheid ungovernable. They proved that freedom would not come without liberation of the working class. When democracy died in 1994, it ushered in a revolution in workers' rights. For the first time in our nation history, the Constitution guaranteed every worker the right to dignity, equality, and fair labor practice. The ANC-led government did not stop at promises. We translate these constitutional rights into real life-changing victories for millions of working people across the country. One of the cornerstones of the transformation was the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. The legislation put an end to the 16-hour shift without rest and outlawed the child labor in farms and factories. For the first time, all workers, included those previously excluded, like farm workers and domestic workers, were guaranteed paid leave, overtime, compensation, regulated working hours, and protection against unfair dismissals. This was a direct challenge to centuries of abuse under colonialism and apartheid. The Labor Relations Act further strengthened worker power by legalizing the right to join trade unions, to strike, and to engage in collective bargaining. These are rights that apartheid vigorously denied, but which today empower millions to negotiate for better wages and working conditions. Yet, despite the progress, the Democratic Alliance, including its members in the House, have consistently showed discomfort, even hostility towards this freedom. Their vision for the labor is one that rolls back the hard-won rights of the working class. In 2019, we make history again by introducing the National Minimum Wage Act, setting a national wage floor for 25 rand and 42 cents per hour. This was a crucial step in our battle against poverty wages, especially for the most vulnerable, domestic workers and farm workers who for the generations were underpaid and compensated. In food, alcohol, small amounts of cash. On 1 March 2024, this wage was increased to 27 rand and 58 cents per hour, demonstrating our ongoing commitment towards improving the lives of workers. The DA opposed this too. The alternative, a society where workers earn wages barely above the level of old age grants. This is the vision for labor in South Africa, cheap, exploitable, and voiceless. Lastly, the Employment Act has allowed us to dismantle the racial barriers that kept Black professionals out of boardrooms and leadership positions. We now celebrate a new generation of Black CEOs, CFOs, doctors, and lawyers who are rising because of policies that promote inclusive and fairness. But this law is not just about boardrooms. It is also protects the most vulnerable workers from systematic abuse, exploitation, and exclusion. It strikes at the heart of apartheid legacy by insisting on fair representation and equal opportunities in every workplace. Why is the DA in court challenging the Employment Act? This is a very same DA that claims to celebrate Workers' Day, yet they are actively trying to dismantle one of the key laws that protects workers and advance workplace transformation. This is hypocrisy of the highest order. You cannot claim to honor workers while fighting to reverse the gains they have made. Yet, comrades, the struggle is far from over. Whilst we celebrate the hard-won victories of our democracy laws, labor laws, we must confront the persistent and shameful reality of gender inequality in the workplace. Women workers continue to earn less than men, face daily harassment, and are too often left unprotected by those in power. In the Western Cape, female government employees endure routine abuse of the hands of senior male officials. Yet the province government remains shameful silent. Feral pain, work free, Graham Polster continues to be protected. These are clear examples of systems that shield perpetrators instead of defending victims. Our laws must not only exist on paper, they must be enforced with urgency and integrity to protect the dignity and safety.
Please
of every
conclude,
woman
member.
worker. In conclusion, Speaker, whilst we celebrate Workers' Day, the DA in the Western Cape continues same and hard-won progress, opposing minimum wage, challenging employment equity, and
Thank
fraud.
you so much.
In Swellendam, the hospital, the workers in the hospital.
Thank you so
Therefore,
much.
ANC, we honor this Workers' Day. It's ours.
Thank you so much, Honorable Stoffel. I did not want to interrupt Honorable Stoffel from working because we are definitely maintaining the quorum of the House. I now see the Honorable Constable.
What a correct speech.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of this Parliament and fellow South Africans, we stand today under the banner of Workers' Day, 1 May, rooted in resistance, dignity, and the struggle of justice. The origin of this international commemoration dates back to 1886 in Chicago, when workers gave their lives demanding the 8-hour works day. In South Africa, Workers' Day was adopted post-apartheid to honor those who fought not just for the labor rights, but for the future of equity and inclusion. But today, I ask this House and this country, is Workers' Day still relevant to colored people in the Western Cape? How can we ask people to celebrate a day dedicated to employment rights when their lives' reality is chronic unemployment and systemic exclusion? When the so-called victories of democracy have not translated into access, dignity, and opportunities for colored workers. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let us confront the brutal truth. Employment equity in South Africa has become the most effective modern instrument of exclusion for colored people, especially in the Western Cape, where they are the largest demographic. The Commission for Employment Equity's 2023 report shows that colored people make up 48.8% of the economical activity population in the Western Cape, yet are still grossly underrepresented at all levels of employment, particularly in top management, only 11.6%, and senior management, only 14.2%. This is not by accident. It is a result of deliberate application of national demographics in provincial context, sidelining the colored population in their own backyard. And who's responsible? Provincial as well as national government. So I ask again, what is the relevance of Workers' Day for colored child of Bonteheuwel and in Bishop Leyvers, in Steenberg, in Anoubak, and specifically in the Central Karoo, who wakes up daily to a no job, no hope, and no future? What is there to celebrate when the colored youth experience 365 days of unemployment, 365 days of rejection, 365 days of being told they do not count. The irony is bitter. When it's time for election, all political parties show up in our communities demanding the votes for our people. They refuse to hire, train, or develop. They want our vote, but not our participation. They want our compliance, but not our contribution. For Workers' Day to regain a meaningful
Please
colored
conclude,
community.
member.
Let me conclude. We as the Patriotic Alliance make it clear no transformation can take place if it excludes the communities of colored peoples in the Western
Thank you
Cape.
so much, Honorable Constable. I recognize the Honorable Kasim.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Workers' Day stems from a struggle to develop and maintain workers' rights and the fight against social injustice and exclusion. It has its roots as a struggle by the working class or as the social class revolting against an unjust system at the hands of those who own the means of production. Deputy Speaker, the struggle might have started sometime back in the 1800s around the world, but it still continues in modern-day South Africa due to the constant struggles workers face against this government as well as within the private sector. Our people get retrenched on a daily basis in situations where such a move could have been avoided, as we have seen in this province where teachers' posts were cut only because those in power do not want to pay salaries of those much-needed teachers. Deputy Speaker, the EFF has over the years been calling for the insourcing of workers, the rendering services in public institutions, including but not limited to nurses, porters, cleaners, and general workers, among others. But all these calls have been falling on deaf ears. Most of these workers provide services to these government institutions directly, whilst employed by agencies who offer them below minimum wage, as some workers are even forced to pay money upfront in order to get a job. Deputy Speaker, in 2022, as the EFF, we yielded to a call where hospital service assistance contracts were being unjustly terminated at Grooteske Hospital at the hands of this provincial government. And it was this DA government that made sure that these workers not only lose their jobs, but get arrested on the day as well. Farm workers remain without rights in this province, more especially at the hands of abusive white farmers. Deputy Speaker, the plight of farm workers in this province means they receive little wages or small wages, as some are even remunerated in the form of wine on these farms. Deputy Speaker, majority of farm workers do not even know their rights, and this is the reason why white farmers take advantage of them across the province. These farm workers are constantly evicted from these farms as well for minor mistakes and left without anywhere else to go, as some lived most of their lives in these farms and were even born on these farms. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, it is quite ironic that this debate is sponsored by someone from the DA, coming from a party which has no regard for workers' rights in this province, especially black and coloured workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kasim. I see the Honorable Kaiser Philander.
Baie dankie, agbare adjunct speaker. Ek staan vandag op met diepe respek en 'n opregte huldeblyk aan die wat noodsaaklike dienste lewer, veral die toegewyde werkers in maatskaplike ontwikkeling, gesondheidsorg en onderwys. Vandag in hierdie huis staan ons stil om hulde te bring aan die ware ruggraat van ons samelewing. Die mans en vroue wie se onvermoeide pogings dalk nie opslaa maak nie, maar wat daagliks lewens verander. Agbare adjunct speaker, aan die voorpunt van ons maatskaplike dienste staan ons maatskaplike dienswerkers. Hulle is dikwels die eerste om te reageer op die krisisse waarmee te veel gesinne gekonfronteer word. Armoede, huishoudelike geweld, dwelmmisbruik en gesinsverbrokkeling. Maar hulle is nie net administrateurs nie, hulle is gemeenskapsbouers, beskermers van die kwesbares en lewenslyne vir diegene op die rand. Hulle keer dat kinders deur die krake val. Hulle help vroue om uit die kringloop van mishandeling te ontsnap. Hulle ondersteun bejaardes om met waardigheid te leef. En tog ontstellend genoeg word hierdie werkers toenemend aan geweld onderwerp, spesifiek verbaal, fisies en in tragiese gevalle dodelik, terwyl hulle eenvoudig hulle pligte probeer uitvoer. Wanneer 'n maatskaplike werker aangeval word, is dit nie net 'n individu wat seer gemaak word nie. Dit is 'n gesin wat sonder ondersteuning gelaat word, 'n gemeenskap wat blootgestel word En die gevolg is uiterste uitbranding en bedankings wat 'n gevaarlike erosie van die stelsel kan veroorsaak, wat ontwerp is om ons kwesbaarstes te beskerm. Daarom, adjunkspreker, is dit belangrik om maatskaplike werkers as noodsaaklike diensverskaffers te klassifiseer om die goeie werk wat hulle tot hierdie sektor bring te beskerm. Agbare adjunkspreker, gesondheid en welsyn is nie luuksehede nie. Dit is fundamentele menseregte. En hierdie regte word daagliks bevestig deur ons verpleegkundigers, ons dokters, terapeute en gemeenskapsgesondheidswerkers. Hulle is die hoeksteen van welsyn in ons samelewing. Hulle bied nie net behandeling aan nie, maar ook troos, stabiliteit en vertroue in gemeenskappe waar dit dikwels ontbreek. Geïntegreerde gesondheidsorg waar maatskaplike dienste en geestesgesondheidsondersteuning deel is van hierdie ekosisteem. Dit is nie 'n droom nie, dit is 'n noodsaaklikheid. Wanneer ons mense holisties behandel, doen ons meer as om simptome te bestuur, ons skep ware. Gesondheidsorg is nie net 'n middel tot genesing nie, maar ook tot ontwikkeling en waardigheid. Agbare adjunkspreker, onderwys bly die grondslag van volhoubare sosio-ekonomiese vooruitgang. Ons onderwysers is meer as net opvoeders. Hulle is mentors, rolmodelle, beskermers en dikwels die enigste konstante volwassene in 'n kind se lewe. Veral in onderbefondste skole dra hulle 'n ondenkbare las, maar daag hulle steeds op, dag na dag, met onwrikbare toewyding. Maar laat ons duidelik wees, hierdie onderwysers werk in volklaskamers, met beperkte materiaal en met min ondersteuning vir leerders se geestelike en emosionele behoeftes. En ja, adjunkspreker, daar is die wat probeer om veral die Wes-Kaap regering te beskuldig daarvan dat ons geld uit die onderwysstelsel neem. Laat ek dit duidelik stel, dit is bloot nie waar nie. Moeilike besluite moes geneem word as gevolg van die wanbestuur en korrupsie van 'n mislukte ANC-regering. Tussen 2014 en 2019 het Suid-Afrika sowat 1,5 triljoen verloor aan korrupsie en wanadministrasie wat moontlik gemaak word deur dieselfde mense wat 'n eed afgelê het om hierdie land te dien, maar eerder het hulle saam gesweer om hierdie land te beroof. En nou word daar van ons verwag om verantwoording te doen vir die finansiële gemors wat hulle geskep het. Aan kollegas aan die ander kant van die vloer sê ek, voordat julle vra of praat van geld, vra eerder eers vir julle kollegas op nasionale vlak om die geld terug te betaal. Geagte adjunkspreker, die pad vorentoe moet waardighede en samewerking wees. Maatskaplike ontwikkeling, gesondheid en onderwys kan nie in silo's funksioneer nie. Hulle moet saamwerk, hand aan hand, om gemeenskappe op te hef en ons nasie te herbou. Aan elke maatskaplike werker, elke onderwyser, verpleegkundige en versorger, julle werk is nie net waardevol nie, dit is van kardinale belang. Julle is die bewaarders van waardigheid, die beskermers van moontlikheid en die argitekte van 'n beter môre. Ons dank julle, nie net vir wat julle doen nie, maar vir wie julle is. Ek dank die adjunkspreker.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiser Philander. I see the Honorable Jacobs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Answers. Deputy Speaker, on the 1st of May, we celebrate May Day, a day we commemorate the victories claimed by workers in unions around the globe. Now, Speaker, in South Africa, we think of issues that was addressed in one, such as the 8-hour work shift, minimum wage, workplace safety, paid leave, and anti-discrimination laws. But Speaker, if we must critically look at the workplace, we will find ourselves making a mockery of the blood of those who died to cement these gains for us in the workplace. And we must admit, we are losing the battle. Speaker, capitalism, The disregard for labor practices and discrimination is alive. The daily news agencies will tell us yet another violent protest, mass retrenchment, and the casualization of the workplace. Ons praat nou van 1 maand, 2, 3, 4, 5 maanden contracties. Speaker, May Day has become just another public holiday, and in some cases, a long weekend. Meanwhile, we forget the pain and suffering that moved this government to honor the fight of the working class. Speaker, in our province, we see farm workers being illegally evicted, call center staff being abused mentally, physically, workers are being dismissed unfairly, and many colored workers are being replaced race-based. Speaker, how can we celebrate Workers' Day in the colored community when 80% of our community is unemployed? Now, there's a saying that goes, we have no right to believe that freedom can be won without a struggle. Never. The colored struggle is real. Apartheid-style housing, unemployment, gang violence, crime, and the inability of the Western Cape government to stop the uncontrolled entry of illegal foreign businesses and illegal informal settlements. Speaker, let me remind this House that we will never ever forget why May Day was announced. Amasi.
Thank you, Honorable Jacobs. I recognize the Honorable Marais.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Workers' Day no longer holds the meaning in South Africa because so many thousands are unemployed. Today, despite the plethora of legislation protecting the rights of workers, we have one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. For the past 30 years, we've had a national government more obsessed with racial quotas, now called targets, rather than focusing on achieving higher levels of employment, especially among our youth. Economic growth will potentially solve our employment equity crisis and inequality crisis. Employment equity laws will not solve our economic crisis. And labor unions continue demanding unreasonable wage increases, but do very little to improve workers' productivity. The Freedom Front Plus calls for a new approach and realigned economic policies that will allow for conditions conducive to higher levels of investments, underpinned by business confidence, reduce business tax to allow them to expand and create more job opportunities. Speaker, we need to support entrepreneurs. Workers' Day should be Entrepreneurs' Day because that should be the focus going forward. They create the jobs. In conclusion, Workers' Day is a sad day. There's nothing to celebrate because men and women are rather forced to subject themselves to generate income illegally because there's no other way. And that must be solved by this government. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marais. I see the Honorable Brunkhuis.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, today Al Jamaa rises in honor of the workers, the men and women whose hands build this country and whose struggles continue to shape its future. Workers' Day is not just a calendar event, it is a political statement, a remembrance of the past and a rallying call for justice in the present. Our movement recognizes the role of workers not just as economic participants, but as vanguards in the liberation struggle. From the mines to the factories, from farms to public offices, it was the organized strength of workers that helped crack the spine of apartheid. Yet the painful truth is economic liberation still eludes the majority. Workers face precarious jobs, exploitation contracts, and a system that rewards capital while disregarding human dignity. Today, unemployment remains a crisis, particularly among the youth. Trade union membership is declining. with over 70% of workers outside of organized labor. Victimization of unionized workers persists, while union leadership is at times consumed by internal divisions. We say today enough is enough. We must revitalize the labor movement as a force for dignity and justice. We demand that provincial legislators protect the right to organize and to act decisively against employers who undermine it. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brinkhuis. I see the Honorable Masipa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, today we commemorate Workers' Day following an insightful engagement at the G20 Global Parliamentary Network, where members of this parliament and from around the world deliberated on the critical need to invest in women's health. I wish to thank my colleagues in this House for their commitment and valuable contributions to this important dialogue. It is through such discussions that we begin to create a healthier women workforce. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape, I express our deepest appreciation to all workers across the province. Thank you for choosing the path of dignity, resilience, and economic contribution, rather than the road of destruction and despair. This message is shared against the backdrop of national unemployment crisis. Yet here in the Western Cape, we continue to demonstrate that what is possible when government, workers, and the private sector partner for progress. Workers, your decision to partner with the Western Cape government, private sector, and civil society is not just an act of personal responsibility, it's an act of patriotism. You have rejected the populist rhetoric of union bosses who call for shutdowns and economic sabotage. You have refused to allow your future to be defined by outdated ideologies rooted in failed Marxist dogma. To the affiliates of Nihau, Kusato, ANC, and PA, government and business are not your enemies. They are your partners in development. Together, we must build and not burn. Let us learn from history, as noted by American historian Lee Edwards. When Mikhail Gorbachev took power in the Soviet Union in 1985, he inherited a crumbling empire. After 70 years of Marxism, the farms couldn't feed the people. The factories couldn't meet basic quotas. And citizens stood in bread lines while their soldiers returned from Afghanistan in body bags. This is the legacy of Marxism: poverty, hunger, failure, and despair. We do not need to look as far as Russia. Closer to home, ANC ran Johannesburg, Germiston, Vereniging, East London, Gqeberha. Once proud cities have been reduced to rubble under ANC misrule, cheered on by their ideological partners in Kusato and SACP. These ANC municipalities are on the brink of collapse. And when they fall, the Democratic Alliance will be called upon to clean up yet another disaster left behind by ideological obsession and policy neglect. By contrast, in the Western Cape, workers are the heartbeat of an economy that works. We see it in Cape Town's world-class infrastructure. We see it in our efficient road networks, in the booming tourism sector, and in the rising investor confidence that brings conferences, global events, and economic opportunities to our doorstep. Cape Town has once again been named Africa's leading city destination, and it is because of the workers who get up every day and do their part to make our province work. And that's why we honor them today. We in the Democratic Alliance believe in empowering our workers, not pacifying them with false promises. That is why the Western Cape government continues to prioritize policies that attract investment, reduce red tape, and expand access to job opportunities, especially for young people. We also extend our gratitude to unions and workers' organizations that understand the difference between protecting workers' rights and sabotaging economic recovery. We thank those who chose dialogue over distraction and pragmatism over populism. Honorable Speaker, when over 43% of our youth are unemployed, unemployed, it is not just an economic crisis, it is a moral failure. And that failure lies squarely at the feet of the ANC government, whose inflexible labor laws and race-based regulatory frameworks have made it even harder to grow economy, has made it even harder for hope. While the DA remains firmly committed to transformation, we reject the notion that we must shrink the pie in order to share it. Real empowerment comes from growing the economy, not choking it with quotas and BEE regulation, data deployment, and union interference. We believe that dignity comes from work, not welfare. It comes from enterprise, not entitlement. It comes from opportunity, not ideology, honorable members. To the workers of the Western Cape, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for standing with us. Thank you for keeping the lights on. Thank you for the roads that are open that we can drive without potholes. Thank you for the economy that is growing. Thank you that our hopes are alive. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Masipa. I see the Honorable Christians. Order, members.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the ACDP, we recognize the dedication and contributions of all our workers. Deputy Speaker, we want to honor and celebrate those workers who raise up early in the morning and arrive at home when it's dark. We honor those hardworking men and women who want to make sure that their children complete their education, that their children graduate, to make sure that they end the curse of poverty. Deputy Speaker, we have a long way to go to ensure that the government create an environment for economic growth. Too many of our young people who matriculated, too many of our young people who graduated are still sitting at home. Too many of our fathers and mothers cannot provide for their families because they cannot find employment. Deputy Speaker, as the ACDP, we want to salute the hard-working frontline workers who are sacrificing their lives, who are sacrificing their family time so that we can enjoy the services. Deputy Speaker, Workers' Day is a celebration for those who work hard to make sure that we live in safety. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I see the Honorable Hiran. Before Honorable Hiran, I see the Honorable Syed.
Chair, just a point of curiosity, Chair. For the second sitting in the row now, the Honorable Dr. Meyer is not in the House. I'm quite concerned. It is rather unlike him not to be in the House. Thank you.
Honorable members, we are nearing the end of our sitting. I see the Honorable Hiran.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, before we begin, we should pause to acknowledge the deep irony of having this debate here in the Western Cape, a province where the political leadership is actively campaigning against progressive changes to employment equity laws. To honor the sacrifices of workers while simultaneously fighting to entrench historical work privilege is not just contradictory, it's outrageous. Workers' Day represents the profound sacrifices made by those who fought tirelessly for the rights we now hold dear. Workers' Day is rooted in the struggles against apartheid-era labor exploitation, where workers demanded fair wages, safe working conditions, and the right to unionize. However, while we honor these historic victories, we must confront the pressing challenges that persist. Nationally, South Africa grapples with a staggering unemployment rate, with over 40% of our population unemployed. In the Western Cape, although the official unemployment rate stands at 19.6%, this figure still represents a significant portion of our population. And moreover, job creation efforts have predominantly concentrated in major urban areas, particularly Cape Town, which accounts for approximately 73% of the province's GDP. This urban-centric development has marginalized our rural communities. For instance, regions like the Central Karoo face unemployment rates of as high as 25.6%, highlighting the stark disparities within our province. Young people in rural towns, small towns, and farming communities are being left behind, often forced to migrate or face a future without an opportunity. The dignity of work is not a privilege, it is a right. If we are truly honor the legacy of Workers' Day, we must renew our fight for that right. We must strive for inclusive economic policies that address these regional disparities, ensuring that every worker, regardless of their postcode, has access to dignified employment opportunities. The Western Cape government must step up. Workers' Day must be more than a commemoration. It must be a commitment to action. Thank you.
Please conclude. Thank you so much, Honorable Heron. I see the Honorable Benson and Quintu. Honorable Benson, the podium will be brought to you now. Yes, a man of the people. Honorable member, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, former Deputy Provincial Chairperson of BOP in the province, Beauty Stoffels, for opening the real debate. On behalf of our movement, it is both a privilege and a profound honor to represent the workers of this province in today's debate commemorating International Workers' Day. The debate is sponsored at a time when right-wing forces and representatives of capital are on the offensive, attacking the workers of this country. I must express my deep concern in sharing this platform with political parties and the remnants of the apartheid whose hands are stained with the exploitation and oppression of workers. Maybe that is why the MEC for police could not be able to focus on the core issue on the basis that workers in this province, in particular the city of Cape Town, were facing dismissal under her own watch. And also, maybe that is why the apartheid apologist, Masipa, launches an attack on Marxism and distorting and lying about failures and failed to outline the successes of capitalism. I don't mince my words when I say many of these very same individuals and political parties have no moral authority to commemorate this day. They have constantly opposed the policies of fundamental transformation, aimed at redressing centuries of national oppression and capitalist exploitation. To exemplify, on Tuesday, 6 May 2025, those who either benefited directly from racial exclusion.
Honorable Nkwenso, are you able to take your seat?
The legacy.
Honorable Benson, there is a point of order. I see the Honorable Walters.
Deputy Speaker, Member Masipa was referred to as an apartheid apologist, which is, I don't believe it's parliamentary. In fact, it's utterly untrue. In fact, he's the part of the pro-poor party in this house.
Honorable members, I will consult Hansard in that regard and return to the House if need be. Honorable Benson, please continue.
On Tuesday, 6 May, those who either benefited directly from racial exclusion or were complicit in sustaining the legacy of colonialism of a special type and apartheid approached the High Court to challenge employment equity amendment. Yet, even Masipa himself, he is in the DA and a beneficiary of affirmative action. It is not secret that those opposed to
honorable members
are led by the
Honorable Nkwensu, are you able to take your seat? I see the Honorable Masipa.
Deputy Speaker, the speaker on the floor referred to me directly. He must speak through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable, thank you, Honorable Masipa. Honorable Benson, please speak through the chair.
It is not secret that those opposed to policy of fundamental transformation, including apologies such as Honorable Masipa, are from the DA, the Freedom Front Plus, and the AfriForum. Speaker, when we speak of policies of fundamental transformation in South Africa's labor market and policies we today celebrate, we refer to progressive legal frameworks and reforms that have reshaped the labor dispensation in our country, and they include, key amongst others, the Employment Equity Act. And here in South Africa, whilst whites constitute a mere 8%, they are 68% in top position. And that must come to an end, and employment equity seeks to address that question. And this labor framework include labor relations, basic employment, national minimum wage, including the right to collective bargaining and join a union. They are not just laws and rights, they are the embodiment of hard-won victories of workers and their representatives. Yet, we now face resurgence of right-wing forces, particularly the DA, who represent the interests of capital. In this context, as we commemorate the International Workers' Day, and given the representative of capitalist market forces who are embodied here at home, we call on workers across the province and the economy of this sector, black and white, to isolate these elements. We must resist the rollback of our hard-earned rights by those who serve corporate interests. Speaker, despite the current right-wing capitalist offensive on the workers, International Workers' Day is rooted in a global history of worker resistance sacrifice. We remember the Australian workers of 1856 who demanded the end of 18-hour workday. We honor the over 350,000 American workers who took to the streets of May 1886 demanding 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for what you will. In South Africa, we celebrate the courage of white workers who gathered in Market Square in 1904, the railway workers of Cape Town in 1906, those of Durban in 1909, of whom stood up against exploitation. We pay tribute to the International Socialist League, the
Honorable Nkwensu, I see there's a point of order. I see the Minister.
I do want to commend it because they're really honoring the 888 principle by only getting 8 members elected to Parliament.
Member, Minister, that is not a point of order, members. We are drawing to the end. I will not entertain any further points of orders in this regard. I will not entertain any points of order further in this regard, and I will caution members that frivolous points of orders that are raised should ultimately be kept to yourself. So, Member Benson, you may proceed.
Honor the resolution passed by the ANC, the SACP,
Point
and the
of
South
order,
African Indian
Deputy
Congress in 1950 to organize mass action on
Member Nkwensu,
against past laws and
Member Nkwensu, please take your seat.
Deputy Speaker, you recognize my hand. Can I?
What is your point of order?
I want to ask the member if he is prepared to take a question. Is the member prepared to take a question?
Are you prepared to take a question, Member Nkwensu?
No. No.
No.
We remember we tried O.R. Tambo, who on May Day 1985 called on workers to render the country ungovernable as part of the broader liberation struggle. Over the years, May Day has come to symbolize the struggles waged by South African workers under the leadership of SACTU, FOSATU, COSATU, ACCP, and ANC struggle against the two interrelated contradictions: national oppression as a dominant contradiction on the one hand, and the capitalist exploitation as a fundamental contradiction on the other hand. Finally, let us not allow the sacrifices of forebearers to be reversed. Let us stand firm, united, and vigilant in defense of our rights. Let us honor the past by fighting for the future. In recognition of the sacrifices of the trade union movement, both local and international, we will not succumb to the right-wing agenda bent to challenge Employment Equity Amendment Act, specifically Section 15, subsection 8, even if they use our courts. Against this background, we call on the courts to refuse to be used as an instrument to undermine the policies of fundamental transformation in this province and country and the remnants of colonialism of special type and apartheid. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Nkwensu. I see the Honourable Minister Simmers.
Achtbare Deputy Speaker, die Premier aanlyn, medelede van die kabinet, ook hier teenwoordig en aanlyn, lede van die Provinciale Parlement, inwoners van die Wes-Kaap. Vandag by hierdie debat ter herdenking aan Werkersdag Bring ons hulde aan die mense wat werklik ons provinsie dra en ons ekonomie dryf, ons werkers. Dit is die ambagsmanne, die vakleerlinge, die padwerkers, die kontrakteurs en ja, die EPWP werkers. Dit is hulle wat die fondamente lê vir die Weskaap van môre. En dit is hierdie regering, die Weskaapse regering onder die leiding van hierdie regerende demokratiese alliansie, wat hulle ondersteun met meer as net mooi woorde wat van daai kant van die huis afkom. Ons skep 'n provinsie waar werkers as te ware kan floreer. Maagbare Deputy Speaker, ek wil graag begin met 'n kwessie wat ons almal geskok het en ons almal steeds diep raak. Dit is die George gebou in instorting, gegee dat 34 werkers gesneuwel het en 28 werkers se lewe radikaal verander het binne 5 sekondes op 'n bouterrein. Ons onthou die tragedie steeds elke dag. Die pyn is steeds vars en die onsekerheid van wat heers en die talle vrae wat ons almal steeds het, is geregverdig. En ja, ons almal binne hierdie huis en buite wil die waarheid hê. Maar daardie waarheid moet deur wettige en regverdige prosesse gevind word, sonder om die integriteit van moontlike strafregtelike vervolging te ondermyn. Geregtigheid vir die slagoffers, ek moet weer eens benadruk wat werkers was en steeds is, vereis geduld en deeglikheid van elkeen van ons. En ons sal nie daardie proses op enige wyse belemmer of benadeel nie. Maar Deputy Speaker, ons bou voort as 'n provinsie van hoop op die fundament van hoop deur ons werkers, om menswaardigheid en inklusiwiteit te bevorder en om ons ekonomie te laat groei, sodat meer werksgeleenthede geskep kan word vir almal in ons provinsie, ja, selfs vir die in die Sentraal Karoo. Agbare Deputy Speaker, sedert 2019 het my departement in die Weskaap meer as 64,000 werksgeleenthede geskep deur die uitgebreide openbare werkersprogram. Weereens, het dek alle areas in die Weskaap. In 2023 alleen is meer as 15,000 mense in diens geneem. 67% van hierdie mense is vroue en 49% is jonger as die ouderdom van 35 jaar. Hierdie program bereik alle gemeenskappe in die provinsie waar dit nie gepolitiseer word soos in die Sentraal Karoo nie. Maar werkskepping, agbare Deputy Speaker, gaan hand aan hand met die ontwikkeling van vaardigheid. En sedert 2020 belê hierdie provinsiale regering deur my departement meer as 125 miljoen rand in beurse en opleiding, waar ons meer as 2000 jong mense het wat reeds voordeel hieruit getrek het. En byna 850 studente wat alreeds staan studeer in velde soos siviele ingenieurswese, argitektuur en landmeting. Maar wat ja, die skepping van talle werkgeleenthede sonder regverdigheid, 'n woord wat ons baie vandag hier gehoor het. Agbare Deputy Speaker, die DA as die regerende party in die Weskaap ondersteun die geveg tans in die hof teen die wysigingswet op gelyke indiensneming. Hierdie wetgewing wil nasionale rasse-aanstellingsdiktate op die private sektor ondernemings afdwing in alle provinsies. Dit sê byvoorbeeld aan 'n klein onderneming in George of 'n kontrakteur in Mamasbury dat jy nie mense in diens mag neem van daai area of volgens meriete nie. Hulle wil ons mense forceer dat werkers moet aangestel word volgens die nasionale raskwota. Hierdie is nie transformasie in die ANC, en agbare Deputy Speaker, hierdie is die bevordering van werkloosheid deur rassekriteria wat die ANC wil dryf deur hierdie stukkie wetgewing. En ons sê nee as die regerende party in die Weskaap. In die Weskaap glo ons in ware gelykheid deur geleenthede, nie gedwonge aanstellings nie. En ons dade wys dit in hierdie provinsie. Sedert 2020 het die departement van infrastruktuur meer as 1,2 miljard aan plaaslike klein, medium en mikro-ondernemings toegewys. Ja, julle kan maar raas, leë blikke maak in elk geval baie geraas. Agbare Deputy Speaker, kom ek gee vir die leë blikke praktiese voorbeelde.
Order members. Members, order. This is the final speaker on the speakers list, and I will request that the minister speak through the chair. Thank you.
Dankie, agbare Deputy Speaker. Weer eens, leë blikke maak die meeste geraas deur u aan die leë blikke. Agbare Deputy Speaker, laat ek prakties wees in die
Minister,
verskil wat
are
ons
you
maak
able to take
deur
your
ons
seat?
begroting.
Enkosi. Ndikhusele. Ndicela undikhusele. Ndicela undikhusele. Ndicela ubuza ukuba ingaba umphathiswa uza kuwuthatha na umbuzo ongqale kule ntetho yakhe?
You prepared to take a question?
Nee, agbare deputy speaker, deur u aan die lid.
Please proceed.
Weer eens om te herhalen, achtbare deputy speaker, wat is die praktikaliteit van die 1,2 miljard waarvan ik tans gepraat heb? En ik wil graag hê ons lede veral van die platteland moet baie mooi luister. Die TR 33 Ceres projek. 339 werksgeleenthede is tot op datum geskep vir daardie gemeenskappe. Ons het 6 opkomende kontrakteurs alreeds daar aangestel en bemagtig. En ons gaan verdere 12 aanstel. Dis die verskil wat hierdie regering maak. En die prima as almal plaaslike kontrakteurs wat daar aangestel is, iets wat nie onder die ANC wysigingswetgewing sou moontlik gewees het nie. Ons het die Vissershok N7 projek op die N7 alreeds meer as 170 werksgeleenthede tot op datum is geskep. 2 opkomende kontrakteurs van die omliggende area is reeds in diens geneem. 4 plaaslike kontrakteurs is aangestel, ons gaan nog 20 aanstel, maar weer eens, was dit vir hierdie wysigingswet kon dit nie moontlik gewees het nie. Die R43 tussen Stanford en Gansbaai. Hierdie is die projek wat ons in hierdie maand gaan voltooi. Ons het 369 werksgeleenthede geskep. Ons het 16 plaaslike ondernemings wat betrokke was by die projek. Maar weer eens, met hierdie wysigingswet sou dit nie moontlik gewees het nie. Dit is volhoubare ekonomiese inklusiwiteit, agbare deputy speaker. Sonder dwang, sonder rasseskreet of sonder enige rassekategorisering. Werklik mense wat ons 'n geleentheid wou gegee het as die regerende party in hierdie provinsie. En waarom belê ons so ernstig in infrastruktuur?
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. I see the Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker, the MEC promised the people of Maritzburg houses. Then now he's speaking about the vulnerable that he has taken care of. Can he start there?
Honorable Barnes, that is not a point of order. Please proceed.
En waarom belê ons so ernstig in infrastruktuur? Dit is omdat ons besef infrastruktuur is die ekonomiese dryfkrag van 'n suksesvolle provinsie en 'n suksesvolle munisipaliteit. In hierdie provinsie dra die konstruksiesektor 5,3% aan die Wes-Kaapse BBP by. Maar die afgeleide effek is veel groter van 'n 5,3%. Daar word bereken, en dankie aan provinsiale tesourie vir dit, vir elke R1 wat ons belê in infrastruktuur as 'n provinsiale regering, genereer dit tussen R1.80 tot R2.30 elders afstroom in die ekonomie. So ons sien goeie infrastruktuur as 'n ware werkersreg. Agbare deputy speaker, op hierdie werkersdag herdenking, die ironie dat ons iets herdenk wat die ANC oor 30 jaar saamhandig afgebreek het, stuur die Wes-Kaap as 'n provinsiale regering 'n duidelike boodskap uit na almal daar buite wat na ons provinsie toe kom vir geleenthede. In hierdie provinsie skep ons die omgewing waar ons saam in die private sektor werk skep. Ons praat nie daaroor jaar na jaar soos die regerende party op nasionale vlak was voor 2024 nie. In hierdie provinsie ontwikkel ons vaardigheid. Ons skep nie net holstrukture vir kamerade nie. Ons beskerm vryheid. Ja, ons gaan self tot in die hof vir die werkersvryhede. En ons bou 'n provinsie waar elke werker, ongeag hul ras of hul seksuele oriëntering, plek of partykeer kan floreer in die Weskaap. En hierdie is 'n regering en 'n provinsie vir alle mense wat na hom toe kom vir geleenthede. Want dit is die ware ondersteuning wat werkers benodig. Maar ek luister na die insette deur die deputy speaker na ons oppositie. En ek moet benadruk in baie mooi Afrikaans die kwynende oppositie, want hulle wil nie die realiteit besef van hulle swak regering vir 30 jaar toe hulle die land alleen regeer het nie. En die kiesers het gedink wat hulle dink van hulle as 'n regering. Dis kom hulle 'n 40% party op nasionale
Honorable members.
Dis kom hulle 8 lede in hierdie wetgewer is.
Honorable members. Minister, honorable members, order. The running commentary. Honorable members, Member Van Vogel, Member Nkondlo, the running commentary is getting to a point where it is drowning out the speaker. I see the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was going to rise on Rule 39 and 40 for the exact same reason that I actually can't hear the minister on this side because the members are drowning the member out. Thank you.
Honorable members, I almost wanted to say it is nonsense that this particular sitting is almost coming to an end because I am enjoying the energy and that we are discussing vital matters here. But let us see the minister. I've already spoken directly to it, members. There is less than 2 minutes, Member Nkondlo. There's less than 2 minutes remaining. I see the minister.
Agbaar, Deputy Speaker, deur u. Wat die oppositie in hierdie huis nie besef nie, is hulle hak vas in die verlede. Is van vashak in die verlede dat die land agteruit gegaan het onder hulle as regerende party en dis kom hulle vandag in die oppositiebanke in hierdie
Order members.
16 jaar sit.
Order members. Members, I had the benefit of having the minister closer than what that Minister Bartman, and even now I couldn't hear him. Please, there's 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining. There is still people watching us online. Member Masipa.
Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think it's very unfair. You know, we couldn't even hear half of the speech of the minister. Can the minister be given more time to just so that we can hear her?
What will happen? Any member that is wanting to look at the speech can look at the Hansard. And the minister, thank you also, Minister, that you have been vocal and that the mics are working. So members, we will look at the 1 minute and 22 seconds. I will not entertain any further hands in this regard.
Deputy Speaker, don't suppress me. It's the second time.
Let me hear you.
It's the second
Now
time.
let me hear you.
You're not going to suppress me. Deputy Speaker, I have noticed within you there's a tendency to suppress this side in terms of raising hands. Member Masipa and that member next to him constantly raise and you recognize them. And they started this noise. They started it. So we are giving back what they give us. And you never ruled on it. Thank you, Speaker.
Let me rule. I have seen Member Walters' hand. I'm not going to take your hand, Member Walters. Minister, please conclude.
Agbare Deputy Speaker, maar ek verstaan hoekom ons oppositie in hierdie provinsie reageer soos hulle reageer. Want hulle staan beskaamd vir die huidige waarin hulle die werkers van hierdie land gedompel het. Hulle faal die werkers as te ware en elke stukkie wetgewing wat hulle bring, spreek nie tot die realiteit van die werkers op die grond nie. Maar toe
Order members, please take your seat. Please take your seat, members. What is members? What is ultimately happening here? You are affording the minister each and every time an opportunity to state himself as clearly as possible. And then you are interrupting him. And then he is then preparing his remarks in his mind even more clearly. And then you are giving him that opportunity the whole time. Let us afford the minister the 1 minute before we conclude the sitting. Member Boyson, I'm not going to recognize you, Member Boyson. There is 1 minute. Let me suppress the people on this side. Member Stoffels, you okay with that? So thank you, Member Boyson. There's 1 minute remaining. Please let us see the minister.
Agbare Deputy Speaker, ter afsluiting. En ek wil graag hê die werkers, nie net van die Wes-Kaap nie, maar baie volgens en buite ons grense. Daar's 'n gedig deur C. Louis Leipold wat presies die gedrag en die karaktereienskappe van ons oppositie in hierdie provinsie uitbeeld. Hierdie gedig se naam is Die Miskryer. En ek gaan 'n spesifieke seksie aanhaal uit hierdie klassieke gedig. Hy sê: "Dis tog so swaar om in die hete sand so voort te spartel. Ek weet sy kloutjies is al seer verbrand. Altwee sy oogies met souttraantjies vol. En dit is wat die oppositie van hierdie provinsie vir die werkers beteken. Hulle kan niks vir hulle doen nie, want hulle het 'n geleentheid gehad, toe faal hulle op nasionale vlak, het die kiesers vir hulle gewys in 2024, julle is besig om te koin en binnekort gaan julle as 'n party sterf. Baie dankie en sterkte vir die werkers van die Weskaap. Dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes the list. I will now recognize the speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to quote Rule 147, subsection 1. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Speaker may from time to time, but limited to once a month, identify topics of provincial interest and of a non-party political nature for the debate in the House. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I was listening to this debate today, and I must say that in the interest of the citizens of this province, I called for this debate. The intention was never for it to end up or have the House end up in the situation that we ended up today. Honorable Deputy Speaker, my plea and call to the members of the House is that for speakers' debates, that it please not end up in a party political debate. And for that reason, the Speaker, and I thank goodness I didn't partake in this debate today. And that's for that reason that the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker should not be on the floor and on the speakers list, so that we do not have to engage in a party political spat between different ideologies. And whether it's right or wrong, because we're all elected and we all have constituents that we represent. But for future members, please, in terms of the rules, this debate or the speakers' debates is not intended for a party political contestation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much to all the members for participating in the debate. Honorable Deputy Speaker, being a politician or being in politics is more than just a job or just working. It is a calling to serve with purpose and conviction. It's about standing up for those without a voice, carrying the weight of others' hopes. Honorable Deputy Speaker, true leadership isn't found in the titles, but in the courage to make a real difference. We may we always stay grounded and faithful, because all of us that's in service matters. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, that concludes the business for the day. The House is now adjourned.